be directed towards supporting startups and commercialization within the university. And so when you look at the current R&D fund, the focus is really on research and development, and then it stops there, and you find universities and researchers are stranded with products that have come out of R&D activities because they don't have resources to push it to the next level, to convert it into businesses and things like that. And of course, there is also a challenge with coordination. At the institutional level, again, as I indicated earlier, there are technology transfer, but they are not adequately effective. No commercialization strategy. Some of the things that I talked about earlier, but now at the researchers level, the person who really develops the innovation and need to convert those innovations into businesses. We see low level of IP awareness, we see inadequate training and education on matters of IP and matters of commercialization. We see universities and research institutes not having adequate support for students and researchers on commercialization, and more importantly, absence of information on success stories. We know there are few success stories within our universities and institutions, but that information has not been adequately publicized to the extent that during the engagement, one of the professors asked me, can you show me one researcher that is a millionaire out of commercialization of his or her R&D activities? On that background, for commercialization, therefore, policy recommends the following. At national level, of course, we need to put in place the policy structures, including innovation policy, commercialization and technology transfer policy, national intellectual property policy, and commercialization strategy. And I'm glad some of these things will be spearheaded by the Kenyan Innovation Agency, and next year, really, before the end of the year, we should be launching a 10-year commercialization master plan for this country. But in terms of funding, again, we are recommending in the guideline that there should be an innovation fund. There should be set aside a fund to support intellectual property protection, maintenance, and commercialization. But more importantly, we are proposing that the existing R&D funding should be structured so that at least 30% of these resources should be directed towards supporting commercialization of the products that have come out of R&D to converting them into products. We are also proposing enhanced coordination of the various agencies that are involved in this. We have focused quite a lot on how to make technology transfer offices strong, strengthened, so that they can be more effective and they can be able to deliver on the mandate of commercialization. So a whole chapter on issues around technology transfer. So the guideline has provided for a legal requirement that each university and research institution should actually establish a technology transfer office. We have clarified the mandate and how to link the mandate of the technology transfer offices with the mandate of the university as provided for in the University Act 2012. We have defined clearly even the functions of these technology transfer offices, what they should be able to do. And more importantly, we have also defined where in the university and where in the structure of the university and research institutions should a technology transfer office be placed, so that then it can have the required powers to really drive the agenda of commercial. We have talked about the skills that the technology transfer managers should be able to have and where they could be able to get skills. We have talked about having each of the universities and research institutions a clear career progression guideline for technology transfer managers. We have provided for parameters on how to evaluate the performance of the technology transfer uh, office. So you can see that we have really put a lot of emphasis on the institutional structure, apart from the policy, institutional structure that can be able to drive the agenda of commercialization. But more importantly, this last part on commercialization, we are also saying that as we structure the funding mechanism of R&D at national level, we must also restructure the funding mechanism of R&D at universities and research institutions. That 30% should actually be ring-fenced specifically to help commercialize some of the products and innovations that are lying currently within the shells of the universities. But we are also saying within the guideline that three things. One is that we should provide a framework to enhance access by industries of innovations that are existing within universities and research institutions. And so we have indicated how that can be done through the support of the Kenya National Innovation Agency. We are also saying that we must be able to link the R&D activities that we are undertaking in the university to the needs of the industry so that the results can directly be transferred to the industry. So we are also insisting, or rather not insisting, but recommending the guideline that the Kenya National Innovation Agency, together with the National Research Fund and Kenyan Association of Manufacturing, should be on a yearly basis undertaking technology needs assessment of the industries for a given sector at any time, and making that information available to the universities and research institutions to then formulate their research and programs. Finally, we are also saying that there should be modalities of enhancing access by industries to specialized laboratory uh, in the academy, in the academy. And finally, we are saying, and this is attended because it came out also during our meeting with the vice chancellors last week, that we need a framework that can enable universities and research institutions do what currently they are not doing. One is a framework that can enable them create companies within universities based on the output of research and development. And two, a framework that can enable them to license to private sector some of the products and innovations that they're having. And three, a framework that can enable universities to enter into a joint venture with the private sector for the purpose of commercialization of the existing R&D products within the university. But we are also saying, finally, on the commercialization, that top leadership of universities and research institutions must give commitments to support commercialization. And we have indicated how that can be done. Now, allow me then to, in the next 5 minutes, to just talk about startups and innovation hubs and the coordination that we are looking for. The guideline has provided their directions on the following. First, on the definition of a startup. By the way, it is a big challenge, so we're talking startup. But outside there, making a distinction between what is a startup and what is a normal SMEs is difficult. So we have provided a definition on that. We have provided definition for the various support structures for the startup. You remember when I mentioned innovation hubs, accelerator, things like that. We have provided now definition of what they are supposed to be. We have in the guideline provided indicators for measuring the performance of the innovation hubs, both inputs and outputs. The guideline has also provided on the type of services that innovation hubs should be able to provide to startup, and the distinction between the various forms, types of hubs, that then there is also no overlap, so that uh, startup in Mandela trying to find the most appropriate innovation hub should be able to know that for the type of needs that I have, I should go to this or that or the other innovation hub. We have provided for the registration of the innovation hubs, and we provided the benefits that those that are registered should be able to accrue. We have provided for the functions of the innovation, of the networks of the innovation hubs and things like that. So I just want to give you, for instance, some examples. In terms of performance, we are saying on outputs, we want to talk about the numbers of startups that have been admitted, the number of training services that have been provided, the type of training that have been provided, revenue that have been generated internally, but more importantly, the amount of venture capital and investment that the hub has helped the startups to attract. On the output side, so we're very, very keen to look at issues of patent application, because this is a major challenge for startup, the number of startups that are graduating, new services and products that are actually launched into the market, and more importantly, the number of businesses and startups that survive after leaving the innovation hubs, the whole issue of the number of jobs that are created with the support of the innovation hubs, and even the revenue that is generated at that stage. By the way, these are very important, and these are things that the managers of innovation hubs are saying it is important that these are documented, so that we have evidence that can be shown to government policymakers of the contribution of the innovation hubs to the Kenyan national innovation ecosystem. We have also, within the guideline, articulated the type of services, trainings that are supposed to be provided by the hubs, and where and how those trainings be packaged. But more importantly, I thought I should be able to mention this on the last slide on what is in it for the innovation hubs once they are registered by the Kenya National Innovation Agency. First is that you will now be having data that you can use to lobby for more funding to support not only existing innovation hubs, but also new innovation, innovation hubs. You can have data that can enable Kenya to lobby for seed capital through an application system that will be developed. You can have an annual performance survey undertaken, which will now generate information that policymakers can use to make a decisions, particularly on financial and policy support that needs to be given to the sector. We are saying through the registration and identification of the various innovation hubs, we can also be able to link those hubs to support various priorities of the government that the government is implementing. We can also, through that documentation, be able to lobby government, for instance, to direct the support that government have programs that target startups to be channeled through the innovation hubs. We can also use that information to lobby for government support to strengthen the networks of the innovation hubs, and more importantly, create a platform that can be used to introduce investors to various hubs for the purpose of supporting startups, and more importantly, just raise awareness for local local investors. And then with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have developed two guidelines. One in commercialization, which we are actually releasing today. We released after this, and we believe the guideline on commercialization can be implemented right from tomorrow if we're not started. It is clear, it has provided, address really very key issues that I know managers of commercialization within these institutions are having. And what we are saying is that you now have a tool that you can be able to use, but we also believe strongly that the information that's provided within the guideline should inform the development of innovation and commercialization strategy. We also have the guideline on coordination and management of innovation hubs, and we are saying that the information there in it can be very useful to enrich the startup bill, which His Excellency the President promised will ensure that it comes to life. But even before that is done, it therefore becomes a very, very useful tool that the Kenya National Innovation Agency can start, particularly by getting to know who are there and creating a data bank that can be used to lobby government to unlock more resources to support the sector. With those very many remarks, I really want to thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have enjoyed it. Asante sana.
Yep. Yeah, you can. I don't know, maybe we might have a question for you, so you can hold on a little bit. Thank you very much, Professor Uganda. I think this is completely aligned to the head of state's remarks yesterday about strengthening the coordination framework, harvesting as much of the innovations that are emerging either from ideas or research outputs. And this also will be a little bit of the emphasis of the ministry because the policy issues are being picked up by the ministry. The innovation agency will concentrate on the operationalization. And the funding has kind of been confirmed in terms of the good government to support the agency to operationalize these guidelines. We hope that by the time we zoom into another innovation week next year, we'll be talking about the results of the implementation of these guidelines. Now, there is room. We can take a couple of questions in reaction. And if you have an idea or two, we are happy to take. Remember, this is a continuously working document. Two documents. There's no perfection, and sometimes you might wait to be absolutely ready to move forward, but then you struggle to ever move forward. So we'll roll these things out. I'm laying this comment so that then we don't lose balance in terms of how we see it. We will roll out the implementation in a phased way and let institutions understand and organizations understand. And we keep providing feedback and we implement what we can implement at a certain stage. So I just want to appreciate that there's going to be a gradual implementation and in a very consultative way. Okay, so I saw two hands. Let's take, and I'll see a third one here, fourth one there. Okay, so let's take those four, and then we'll see if we have more time for it.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Moses Dega, Director of Research, Professional Outreach at Kabarak University. I have had the privilege of looking through the draft guidelines and listening to your very eloquent presentation, Professor. And mine is both to the CEO and to the Chair. The guidelines, by and large, do not mention technical and vocational training institutions. And in my interactions with these institutions, they oftentimes feel left out of some of these discussions. So I would propose that they are explicitly mentioned and provided for just like provided for universities and
Okay.
research institutions.
Great.
That would be very inclusive for them.
I think that's captured. Pivots. There was another. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for such a wonderful presentation. I'm amazed. I'm wondering where such professors come from.
They're found in Kenya.
They are found in Kenya.
Yeah.
You know, just a quick comment, because what you said is in line. I went to a university called Lund in Sweden. And the first thing the VC showed me, or on the wall were logos of companies. I asked them, what is this? They said, these are the companies that have studied from this university. Tetra Pak, you know Tetra Pak? Yes. Bluetooth, you do. I was really shocked. And so maybe a question to you is that I think if you're going to have the universities change and support the startups and innovators, I think they need to open up to have professional entrepreneurs, business leaders be part of the lecturing fraternity. Because if you've never done it, there's no way you're gonna be able to support it. But if you don't, they should open it. You don't have a PhD. You've demonstrated you've been an industry leader. Come and be 30% of the fraternity so that you can mentor and coach.
Okay. So there's an operationalization issue right there. Rubber meets the road. What will happen?
Good afternoon. My name is Nekesa Wera, and I'm Director of Strategy at Afilab, which is a network of innovation hubs. First of all, congratulations. The conversation and inclusion of hubs in the wider innovation discussions is quite timely. My question is on whether any recommendations have been made to other stakeholders with regards to how to support innovation hubs. Specifically, some of the challenges that innovation hubs currently have. And so if you take, for example, real estate costs, are there any plans to make recommendations for subsidies as far as the membership fees being considered rental income, and so therefore they get taxed for that? So are there any recommendations being made through these guidelines for some kind of tax subsidies as well?
Okay. That's around funding of hubs. I can see two more hands. I promise to end at 12, but we'll buy a little bit of time. Let's end around. This is the last session for the morning, so we'll end at about maybe 20 minutes and then resume in the afternoon. One hand. I'm seeing three hands. I'm thinking, why don't you respond? We just take as many as we can. All right, there we go.
Thank you, Professor, for this presentation. I have two concerns. You say that for the researcher to benefit, you need to register your startup. And as a result, you'll be able to get the visibility and probably also access the data. And I feel that
Is it a startup or the hub?
the startup hub. That's
Okay.
exactly what he said. So
Okay.
he's saying that we must register for those startups to get the visibility.
Okay, so the question is?
So the question is, where will we be getting the data for us to? Because you say that we'll actually be able to get the data and even be exposed to even the sponsors. The second question is, right now in this country, when you want to do a research, there are a lot of documentation that you have to go through, like costing permit and many other things. What are you doing to be able to reduce those documentation that someone has to go through, in addition to what the framework that you are bringing forward?
Just in the interest of managing our time, we'll ask the questions that are relevant to the guidelines, the two guidelines that we spoke, and then we will look for forums to engage a little further with some of the other issues.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Professor, I'm Gilbert Mugeni, Deputy Director, Research, Innovation and Knowledge Management at the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA. I have two questions. One is on the scope of the commercialization of innovation guidelines. And I note that these were undertaken a while back. I just want to ask, how do these align with the National ICT Policy Guidelines 2019, which refer to a national research and innovation ecosystem. Because I see that there are much of referencing universities and research institutions. And the current state is that we are trying to get as many agencies, individuals, and researchers into the national systems. How does this align with the national ICT policy guidelines?
Next.
Okay, second one, quick one, Daktari. This one is on the innovation policy, which Professor noted that we are lacking one. But in the spirit of duplication and reinvention of the wheel, I recall that there was a national innovation policy or strategy for the public sector released around 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And currently, NACOSTI also has a science, technology, and innovation strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So, in terms of leveraging what we already have, Professor, you could guide us a bit on the planned development of an national innovation policy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's clear. Did we have one hand behind there? We'll take the last one. I see others are coming up again as well. If you can just stay within these two guidelines, it'll help a lot.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Arono, the head of research at the National Technic, and I'm glad the director at Kabarak has
Yes.
highlighted our point.
Also,
My second is that we could have these guidelines, but now the implementation, they need for support from the admin, as earlier mentioned. The second point is now we have the guidelines, but how do we ensure they are implemented as required? Are there any plans to entrench these guidelines as a requirement in the performance contracting so that as we work on our performance, we are sure that we must have an item which is clear under commercialization and innovation? Thank you.
that's a good one. I want to go way behind. There was a hand. He's really been raising his hand.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Willie Sowino. I'm Director of Production and Innovation at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology.
Mhm.
Now, we acknowledge that these commercial and innovation hubs, other than starting business, can offer solutions to the industry. And we find that one of the challenges of these hubs is usually weak, close linkages with the industry. These guidelines offer modalities of proposal on how research institutions can have closer working relationship with industry. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I will invite the lead consultants who still have not migrated to address. But let me observe two points. For those who participated in the SEAL Summit in Mombasa last week, we focused on commercialization and entrepreneur institutions leaders summit. Some of the resolutions, one of them was a very specific commitment of the ministry and the State Department around supporting the policy development process or enhancement, and the second was funding. So the funding is in the context of supporting what they seem to have resolved to be technology transfer and commercialization offices. And the visualization, which the PS will hint a little bit this afternoon, is that we are engaging actually as soon as early January on that framework, which then will start supporting a couple of institutions to roll off these guidelines. Already as we speak, so that's what I'm speaking in the context of the policy and the funding from government, is that commitment, the details of which will come clear as we go forward. There is a program that we've also started, and we had the first this morning of about 5 institutions that the Kenya National Innovation Agency is going to work with systematically, working on a jointly developed plan of the reforms that we want at that institutional level, aligned to the guidelines. So in other words, we handhold the institution to operationalize the guidelines. So we call that program institutional commercialization support, coming from Kenya, and we work with a number of partners. So the cushion we have is that we will scale that program. And as we align more and more with the ministry, we will unhold as many institutions as possible for a period of time, from a technical perspective, from a supervision perspective, and also from a funding perspective. And And we hope all these things will tie together. Now, let me also talk a little bit about the startup fund that the president spoke about yesterday, but one, and that will address a little bit to Nakesa's question. Currently, our visualization is startup fund is not necessarily going to just go to only startups. It has to go to the person who supervises the startup, an element of that. So, what Kenya needs to do is working towards is being able to understand the dynamics of various hubs. Using these guidelines, we've got ways of classifying, like listing and certain operating procedures and criteria for guideline. And then we say you can graduate from one level to another. You can depend on how you are aligned yourself. Just think about the central bank and the banks. All right. So there's a relationship, and then the banks are interacting with the users. So the banks themselves have to have some standards and some support mechanisms and are supervised by a regulator. Then we have a system that functions. So the answer is that in the model that we have at the moment of how that will look like is that there will be an element for the hubs and there will be an element for the actual startups. And there are conditions and guidelines, and probably startups with the funding for the funding to the startups could actually go through the hubs, because as an innovation agency, we wouldn't have the capacity to go and supervise every single innovator. We need good supervision at that level. Anyway, I thought I'll mention those two as things that are already being as we speak, and then the professor can elaborate more to the rest of the question.
Yeah, allow me to stand here so that I can be able to see everybody. Yeah, first is to say big thank you to all of you. I was worried that this session is just coming before lunch, and I was not very sure whether really people will follow it. But your feedback is already a clear indication that yes, you are following, and that yes, it was worth it. I agree totally that we are silent on Tibet, and I think that is something that we improve on. So the guidelines will ensure that that is incorporated. I like what you said about universities generating companies. In fact, Chalmers University for the last 10 years has generated over 240 companies, and that is the direction we want to see our universities going to. And that's why we say, as a matter of urgency, we must be able to come up with a framework that can allow universities, research institutes, and Tibet to create companies out of prioritize products that they have. Because we always complain that our local companies do not have a strong base to absorb innovation and R&D. How do you expect to have a strong base when you are actually not involved in creating those companies? So that's a direction we really want to see that our universities go to. In terms of incentives, we are focusing on registration of the innovation hubs, so that we could be able to have data and evidence that we can use specifically to lobby for more resources to be unlocked towards strengthening them, because they are doing a very, very important service to the country. You remember, indicated that 2020, the startups in this country attracted 121 million US dollars as startup investment. And some of these funds, in fact, the bulk of the funds are attracted through the services provided by the hubs. And this is why we are saying we need to document this so that we can create that evidence. And that idea actually came from them. So the focus here in terms of incentives, registration, we are talking about the innovation hubs. Of course, we know that within these hubs, we have the startups being supported. So the issue of cost and time doing research is a major concern, and I need to mention that in Mombasa, the Vice Chancellor coined a new frame that when we are talking of ease of doing business as a way of attracting investors, we should also now be slowly talking about ease of doing R&D in the country. And we all agreed that that is something that needs to be implemented. We do a survey so that we get to know To what extent are we facilitating you as researchers in doing your R&D effectively and not becoming a bottleneck? There is, it is true, I know of the ICT policy that was released 2019. The big problem that we are currently having, and I mentioned it, is coordination within the various agencies in the STI ecosystem. I may need to mention that previously I was the chair of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, and we started developing the STI policy 2019. And we were not amused when we were seeing that parallel to what we were doing, ICT was also developing a policy, because we were saying when you are talking of science, technology, and innovation, and the STI ecosystem, really it is including all of us. And we need to have a single policy that can be able to drive us. It is true the science, technology, and innovation policy, the draft, also did not really give a lot of emphasis on ICT related innovation. And it is also true that the draft was very, very weak on creating enabling environment for startups and innovation hubs. And I'm glad that the policy is still in a draft form, so there is still room to really improve that. But we are saying going forward, we must have standalone innovation policy, because that is now the best practice. Tanzania has just released a draft innovation policy, and I will encourage all of you to read it. Very, very interesting. I know Rwanda is working on one. By the way, Rwanda has already established an innovation fund. So again, we are saying Kenya, we are a major player of this, and we can't afford to remain behind. We are always accused, not just Kenya, but Africa, that we come up with very good policies, very good strategies, but implementation is zero. We want to change that. And this is why these guidelines, we have already started implementing them. And we are implementing them through various programs that the CEO mentioned here. And some of them, in fact, like this morning, I was talking with 5 open universities and research institutions that are participating in a pilot program specifically in the area of how to strengthen the technology transfer offices and how to support them to come up with the commercialization strategies, and how to ensure that in the next 3 years, each of them should actually be able to have a company that they can appoint and say, this company was established for the R&D activities which was undertaken in this university. And finally, we know from JQuat, working very closely with the JQuat, with the intellectual property policy, and I agree with you totally that a framework is also required to strengthen the linkages between universities and industry. And I need to mention that even within the guideline, we have talked about such a framework and what needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Professor Ogada. And I think sense where we're headed. We'll handle teething issues as we go, and we'll build a model that works for all of us as much as practically possible. We've been engaging with the innovation hubs about how we work together in terms of the innovation forums that have been running and how they'll culminate into the Kenya Innovation Week next year. So there will be even a stronger coordination as a result of that. Now we are into 12:30. Our intention now is to end this session, and we can continue to engage. We'll be back at 2:30, and a different team will take over. And around 4 o'clock or thereabout, we will have closed with the award ceremony, and celebration and make specific announcements about next year. Otherwise, let's appreciate Professor Ogada for the work they've done over the last many months, and the fact that now we kind of are getting a very clear direction about how we're proceeding with the National Innovation System. Please enjoy your lunch. Yeah, some people are asking to get the guidelines, a copy of the guidelines. And that's, I hope somebody would have the feedback. So the phase we have just reached right now is working on the technical document and presenting it. We've done a lot of stakeholder engagements. To us is more like the last one, all right, because we needed to close the phase of the project. The next, and what we have is a big document. As complex as it will look, we want to break it down into elements that can be consumable by the right stakeholder. So we'll reorganize it, trim it a little bit, package it nicely as a look and feel, and we'll do two things. One, we'll avail it on the website. Two, we should be able to email it out depending on people's request. We will print a bunch of copies and we will send it to as many partners as possible. So like the guidelines for incubation centers is coming. It's coming like a document that you will read in your own language. As an institution, university, you will have two. You are running an incubation center, so there's a guideline specifically, toolkit for that, and a toolkit for the commercialization narrative. So give us into January, we'll definitely avail all this to the ecosystem. And we also keep factoring in feedback. So Professor is going to clean it up a little bit, panel bit a little bit based on the feedback that we even got from today. So just stay in touch with us. You can always write to the CEO at Innovation Agency and we will keep you posted. Yeah. Thank you.
hearts. You can hearts. I said, love, then I'm calling on. Can call. La, 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 oh, one. Shake it, shake it, shake it down. That's right. Shake it. Shake it down now. Come on. Heart. Tonight is the night. Calling all heart to the dance floor. Tonight is for tonight. Ooh, yeah, Avenue down, make you like they used to. Never go. Ooh, pretty baby, I might have gone crazy. Blame me, just wanna make, wanna kiss you like, let's get it. Halfway, try to something like this. Over my, I was born on time, one of a kind. I say, baby, you're so classy. Oh, classic roses, thank for you. All the way to serenade you, doing this in our style. Pick you out of life like a general back, put a real in the way I feel. Keep you down, wanna throw you like Michael, wanna kiss you like it all like my over my head, out of my thinking I was born in a everything is so thrown back in. And I leave oh, like a movie star from a silver screen, one of a kind, living in a world of plastic. Baby, it's so classic. how. I'm gonna take you down. Whoa, come with me now. I'm gonna show you how. Far away, I heard him say, say, baby, what we gonna do? I'll make you watch the sunlight coming through. Open up, let it shine. 'Cause I've been looking over you. I've been doing just fine. You've been tired of this time. You can take all this people, never keeping it real. And it's like how you feel. You had enough, and you're not just kidding. Oh, I will never let you down. Oh, no, no, I will let you dream. Oh, I will never let you down. Oh, I will never let you down. Oh, I will never let you down. There's a million ways to go. Don't be embarrassed if you lose control. On the rooftop now, you know you got it. Cause I've been looking all weekend, I've been doing just fine. You've been tired of watching me to have a good time. Boy, you can take it, all these faces, never keeping it real. I know exactly how you feel. You say you've had enough, and I just give it up. I will never let you down. You feel your love, I will never. I will never let you down. Oh, I will never let you down. Oh, I will never let you down. Let me take you where you never go. Have a little fun, tell you when you know. Let me show you what you never seen. You have love on hold me, yeah. You say you had enough, and oh, I will never let you down. You know your love, I will oh, I will never let you down. You say you had enough, and you just give it up. Oh, I will never let you down. Oh, love, I'll be what you're dreaming of. I will never let you down. I'll be your light, let you put in the sun. I'll be the light, keep it from, and I feel alright, feel alright, 'cause we're working out, and work it out. I'll be doing this without a doubt, till the love is out, till the love is out. I'll be a ghost you gain, steady on. I'll be a fit, 2000, nothing like one, and I feel alright, and I feel alright, 'cause I work it out, yeah, I work it out. I'll be doing this without a doubt, till the love is out, till the love is out. Got my mind made up and I can't let go. Feeling every second till it is my soul. I've been running, I've been running till the love runs out, till the love runs out. And we start to fight, and we shut it down till the love runs out, till the love runs out. There's a maniac out in front of me. Got an angel on my shoulder and my stuff for me. Mama raised me good, mama raised me right. Mama said what you want, say prayers at night. And I'm saying them, cause I'm so devout. Till the love runs out, till the love runs out. Got my mind made up and I can't let go. I'm killing every second till this is my soul. I'll be running till the love runs out, till the love runs out. And we'll start the fire, and we'll shut it down till the love runs out, till the love runs out. Oh, we all want something. Oh, we all run for something. Oh, for God, for love, for hate, for gold, for us, for diamonds and diamonds. Burning sun, I'll be the bright. I'm black, it's making you run. I got my mind made up and I can't let go. I'm killing every second till this is my soul. I'll be running, I'll be running till the love runs out, till the love runs out. And we'll start the fire, and we'll shut it down till the love runs out, till the love runs out. Got my mind made up, and I can't let go. Killing every second till this is my soul. I'll be running till the love runs out, till the love runs out. And we'll start the fire, and we'll shut it down till the love runs out, till the love runs out, till the love miss the taste of the sweet life. I miss the conversation. I'm searching for a song tonight. I'm changing all the stations. I like to think that we had it all, that you were not to a better place. But on your road I took a fall. Oh baby, why did you run away? I was there for you in the darkest times. I was there for you in the darkest. But I wonder where you were. I was in my down on my knees. And you said you had my back, so I wonder where you were. Don't want you to come back to me. So I follow it to you. Following. I'm not the least to you. Ain't nothing I can do. I'm not the least to you. I hear your voice in my sleep at night. Have to resist temptation. Cause all the I just can't get over you. I was there for you in your darkest times. I was there for you in the darkest times. But I wonder where you were. I was lost down on my knees. And you said you had my back, so I wonder where you were. I want you to come back to me. So I'm following the map that leads to you. The map that leads to you. There's nothing I can do. The map that leads to you. The map that leads to you. Ain't nothing I can do. The map that leads to you. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, I was there for you, oh, in your darkest times. Oh, I was there for you, oh, in your darkest nights. Oh, I was there for you, oh, in your darkest times. Oh, I was there for you, oh, in your darkest nights. But I wonder where you were when I was down on my knees. And you said you had my back, so I wonder where you were. All I want you to play back to me. So I'm following the map that leads to you. The map that leads to you. Ain't nothing I can do. The map that leads to you. Falling to you. The map that leads to you. Ain't nothing I can do. The map that leads to you. Falling. Backdoor bitches begging me to behold all the cash and cars, platinum, silver, and gold. Diamonds in the sky, that's what we told. No, now I made of money, buy you a soul, baby. I can see it, ooh, I can see it, ooh, I can see it coming down, and ooh, I can see it, ooh, I can see it, ooh, I can see it coming down. It's a messed up world. Why do you get sex and love and guns like cigarettes? Messed up world. Why do you get sex and love and guns like cigarettes? Sex and love like guns like cigarettes. Then your little boy's bugging me on the bus. If you wanna know who did it, but the answer's really us. I don't know you, I do you wanna know me? You ain't getting what you wanna, unless you get it for free, baby. Ooh, yeah. Feel it, feel it, can't tell it. Ooh, I can feel it. Ooh, I can feel it. Ooh, I can feel it. Coming down, it's a mess of world. Why do you get sex and love and guns like cigarettes? Of world. Why do you get this sex and love and guns like cigarettes? Sex and love and guns like cigarettes. Sex and love and guns like cigarettes. Back to these back old bitches begging me to behave. Jamming Jesus down my throat. No, I don't wanna be saved. Ain't a chain on my brain. I'm nobody's slave. I got food in the cradle and one in the grave. It's a messed up world. Sex and loving guns like a cigarette. It's the world. Why do you get from it? Sex and loving guns like a cigarette. Sex and loving guns like a cigarette. Sex and loving guns like a cigarette. Loving guns like a cigarette. Sex and loving guns like a cigarette. Sex and loving guns like a cigarette. It's the world. Papa's got a quick hand. He'll look around. He will tell you it's plain. He's got a old cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's a cowboy kid. Yeah, he found a six-shooter gun in his dad's closet with a box of fun things. I don't even know why. He's coming for you, yeah, he's coming for you. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, outrun the gun. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, faster than the bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, outrun the gun. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, faster than the bullet. Daddy works a long day, be coming home late, and he's coming home late, and he's bringing me a surprise. His dinner's in the kitchen and it's packed in ice. I've waited for a long time. Yeah, the side of my hand and now a quick pull trigger. I'm reaching with my cigarette. Until your hair's on the fire, so lost your wits, yeah. All the other kids with the pumps up, you better run, outrun my gun. All the other kids with the pumps up, you better run, faster than a bullet. All the other kids with the pumps up, you better run, outrun my gun. All the other kids with the pumps up, you better run, faster than a bullet. Run, 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 faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumps up, you better run, outrun my gun. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, outrun my gun. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks. You better run. All the other kids with the pumps up kicks, you better run, faster than a bullet. All the other kids with the pumps up kicks, you better run, kids with the pumps on kicks. You better run faster than the police. I was scared of dentists in the dark. I was scared of pretty girls and style conversations. So all my friends are talking green. You're the magician's assistant in their dreams. Oh, oh, they come monster. Lady, running down to the river, taken away to the dark side. I love you when you're singing that song. Yes, I got a love in my throat, 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. There's this movie that I think you'll like. This guy decides to quit his job and heads to New York City. This cowboy is running from himself, and she's been living on the highest shelf. Oh, they come a monster. Lady, running down to the river.
So an incubation hub now sees how they fit to the greater scheme of things. An accelerator, a co-working space, a university, a research center, a team. All this is our role. You know, agriculture, education, healthcare. I feel, yes, I can contribute to the innovation system, and I can create in this sector, and all these things will add up this way. But then we have this true north sense of where we want to go as a country through this document process. What I said at the beginning is, if you can't measure, then you can't be effectively. It's difficult to think about what is the most appropriate intervention. If I say today that we're going to train people on IP, so what is it informing? When you measure the progress you're making, then you're able to create proper interventions and then direct the energy in a certain. Yeah. That's helpful. Thank you.
So the UK's got a long history of supporting and partnering with Kenya to help it develop its thriving ecosystem of tech. We've helped support building capacity, researchers, supporting startups, innovators in a safe and inclusive space to help Kenyans do what they do best, which is be creative and innovate. And I'm delighted that not only are we able to do things like build on our 30-year partnership between KEMRI and the Wellcome Trust, which has helped reduce malaria in Kilifi and surrounding counties in the trial areas. But we've also, through the climate pillar of our partnership, focused on helping develop technology around electric vehicles. So you might be on a roam bus or a roam motorbike that was helped developed in partnership with the UK and that tech partnership. On business, we've really given a boost to angel investing in this country, which is helping MSMEs get access to expertise and experience, and also capital to help scale up their innovation. So I'm really excited by Kenya's innovation. I'm really excited by Kenya's innovative ecosystem here, and I'm delighted that the UK is able to be a part of that. It's exciting. Going to the things we're here today at Kenya is to sort of both absorb the atmosphere of that, but also to make those contacts, make those links, and be more than the sum of our parts. There are challenges though around scaling up, around developing more skills and digital access, And I think one of the reasons why I'm pleased that we can support Kenya is that they are trying to address some of these challenges so Kenya can be even greater than it already is. So I'm quite excited by the work that we do to support Kenya in these fields, and we can do more. So at the moment, we're looking at how we can do more to nurture talent through supporting the TIVETS programme, through the scholarships that we offer to the UK, the Commonwealth scholarships and the Achieving scholarships, how we can help build skills, and in particular in the areas around cybersecurity and data protection, which are increasingly important to make sure that all citizens are protected in the digital space in a fast-moving digital world.
Good morning. My name is Mandy Sabashaluko, the Deputy Resident Representative Programs at UNDP Kenya. Some of the critical highlights that our Accelerator Lab in Kenya has provided is working directly with innovators, investing with them, and taking their applications to a commercial level. We started with the Great COVID Challenge in 2020, working in the area of health, food systems, and decent work. And through catalytic funding, we've been able to support the key innovators that were part of that challenge and also worked with FONSA and the government as well in different innovation challenges that have taken place since then. We're proud to say that we're contributing to the innovative ideas that young people are having to make sure that Kenya can retain its global level as an innovation hub. For UNDP Kenya, partnerships are very important to support the development agenda in the country. We work with private sector, we work with government, academia, and also these young innovators that are really strengthening the innovation ecosystem within the country. UNDP plays a significant role, specifically as an integrator with all development partners and actors to make sure that we bring research, data, and credibility to monitoring the innovation ecosystem within the country. The Kenya Innovation Outlook is going to be an important part in monitoring and measuring our progress and performance in the innovation ecosystem within the country. As an annual report, we'll be able to assess how the innovators are doing, what is required, where resources and investments should be targeted to make sure that we keep Kenya as one of the top countries in the world when it comes to innovation. Kenya has ranked fourth in the Sub-Saharan Global Innovation Index. And if we want to keep this trajectory to be number one, we need to make sure that we also decentralize some of these exciting innovations that are coming from the country. 46% of the innovation hubs are in Nairobi alone. And what we want to make sure is that we decentralize and have the active innovators in the country become a full part of the ecosystem in Kenya. Moving forward, UNDP Kenya stands ready to support capacity building of youth and digital skills, investing in some of the key innovators that we have within the country, and ensuring that we document the journey and the story of the innovation ecosystem in the country. We remain committed to working with government, private sector, and other partners that make this such a vibrant ecosystem in the country. Thank you.
Sami.
Check Mutu.
Cause you're a sky, cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. Cause you're a sky, cause you're a sky full of stars. Cause you light up the car. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. Cause in the sky, cause in the sky full of stars, I think it's so you. Cause you're a sky, cause you're a sky full of stars. I wanna die in your arms. Cause you get lighter the more it gets dark. I'm gonna give you my heart. And I don't care, go on and tear me apart. thinking out the box from where I stay. Am I wrong for saying that I choose another way? I ain't trying to do what everybody else doing, just 'cause everybody doing what they all do. If one thing I know, I'll fall but I'll grow. I'm walking down this road of mine, this road that I call home. So am I wrong? Am I wrong? Thinking that we could be something for real. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Trying to reach the things that I can't see. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, that's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. Am I tripping for having a vision? A prediction. I'ma be on top of the world. Walk your walk and don't look back. Always do what you decide. Don't let them control your life. That's just how I feel. Oh, fight for yours and don't let go. Don't let them compare you, no. Don't worry, you're not alone. That's just how I feel. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Thinking that we could be something for real. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, now am I wrong? Am I wrong? Trying to reach the things that I can't see. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, that's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. Oh. If you tell me I'm wrong, wrong, I don't wanna be right, right. If you tell me I'm wrong, wrong, I don't wanna be right. If you tell me I'm wrong, wrong, I don't wanna be right, right. If you tell me I'm wrong, wrong, I don't wanna be right. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Thinking that we could be something for real. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, now am I wrong? Am I wrong? Trying to reach things that I can't see. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, that's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach things that I can't see. If you want it, take it. I should have said it before. Try to hide it, fake it. I can't pretend anymore. I only wanna die alive, never by the hands of a broken heart. Don't wanna hear you lie tonight, now that I've become who I really are. This is the part when I say I don't want you. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break deeper. I was under your spell, like a deadly fever, yeah, babe. On the highway to hell, yeah. I only wanna die alive, never by the hands of a broken heart. Don't wanna hear you lie tonight, now that I've become who I really are. This is the part when I say I don't want you. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. This is I don't want you. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. No more, baby. Ooh. Thought on your body, I came alive. It was lethal, it was fatal. In my dreams, it felt so right, but I woke up every time. Ooh. Oh, baby. This is the part when I say I don't want you. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. This is the part when I say I don't want you. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. Calling all hearts to the dance floor tonight. Let love start on the dance floor tonight. I got a feeling everybody needs a reason to shout. Leave all your problems and your drama at the door and get down. This is where we all unite. We get it right, we're gonna light up the sky. At this place, in this time, gotta let go, 'cause it's all great. All hearts to the dance floor tonight. Let love start on the dance floor tonight. Go a little harder with your partner. Heat it up in this place. Heat it up, heat it up, heat it up, heat it up, heat it up in this place. It's okay to mingle if you say you'll put a smile on your face. Oh yeah, babe. This is where we all unite. We're gonna groove, we're gonna move into the night. At this pace and time, you gotta let go, 'cause it's alright. Our hearts to the dance floor tonight. Let love start on the dance floor tonight. If they're beating tonight, then I'm calling all hearts. You can call in all hearts. A celebration of love, then I'm calling all hearts. You can call in all hearts. shake it down tonight. That's right. Shake it down, that's right. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it down tonight. Shake it down now. Hey, hey, yeah. Dance a little bit more. Dance a little bit more. Come together. Hey, oh, move a little bit more. Hey, come on night. Oh, yeah, come hard to the dance floor tonight. Tonight is the night. Tonight is the night. Tonight is the night. Tonight is the night. Calling all heart to the dance floor tonight. Let the love start on the dance floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the arduous task of getting all the energies away from the stomach back to the mind. So I'll ask that those seated at the back, if you could move to the front. Then my panelists won't have to shout over the microphone. Or we'll distribute a coffee IV soon. All right, thank you. Joining us this afternoon. I'm going to ask us to do a quick exercise before we start off. So allow me to ask you to please stand up. So the idea is for you to follow the instructions that I speak out, not the instructions that I am going to be demonstrating. Is that fair enough? So that we can get the food a bit to the feet and to everywhere. So when you sit down, it doesn't go straight to, this is called the graveyard shift in any conference. And I'm hoping to make sure that it's not a graveyard shift, but we are partying right after. Okay. All right, so let me see your right hand. Yeah? Okay. With your left hand, please touch your right ear. Why do you still have your hand up? For those, I ask that your left hand touches your right ear. Your left hand touches your right ear. Well done. Okay. So Eva says, I like it. Eva says, raise your left leg. Okay. Eva says, Chan, your right leg. Your right leg. Okay, stand on your 2 feet. I didn't say Eva says. Okay, well done. Thank you very much. For our next, so please have your seat. Thank you very much. For those at the back, if you do prefer to come to the front, that would be appreciated. For next session, this is the session goal. Oh, my apologies. My name is Eva Kemani, and I work for MDF Trade and Consultancy, and I manage a project on circular economy in Mombasa. This session is going to have 3 panelists, and before I introduce them, the session goal is for each of the panelists to share their aspiration, their experiences, challenges, and successes in building networks to support innovation and startups. Now, they are experts in their own right, and we'll get to just get a glimpse of what it is that they're doing. So to start us off, I'm going to ask Chepkemoi Magdalene, who's the founder and director at Elder Hub and chairperson of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hub. She's a computer scientist with a passion to use technology, entrepreneurship, and research to solve challenges in Africa. Chep, please, do you have a seat? Chep is the current chairperson of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs, which is a network of innovation hubs from across the country and covering 22 counties. She was recognized as amongst the 20 exceptional faces of science in Kenya and as one of the people using science as technology to bring change in Kenya. It's a pleasure to have you here. And she's a Mandela Washington Fellow. Let's give her a warm round of applause. The next panelist, a lady, is Mercy Kimalat. She's a current CEO of Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya, ASEC. She brings together and represents interest of 70 plus entrepreneurs support organizations that support the development and growth of startup and SMEs. She has over 9 years of experience in designing and managing impact-driven programs across diverse sectors in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. She sits on various boards and is an advisor to different organizations. A warm round of applause for Mercy. The only gentleman on my panel this afternoon for this session is Dr. Nijo, who is of Global at Innovate UK KTN. He is he's also the project director of Global Alliance Africa and Global Expert Mission Programs, and previously created the Innovation Exchange Program. Karibu, please have a seat. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Hello.
All right, and we'll dive right into it. Thank you for taking the time and for all the work that you're doing. But I've said about the organizations, but what do your organizations do? And how are you supporting innovation and startups? And I'm going to ask to start with then Chep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hub is a network which brings together across the country with a focus of innovations outside the capital city, which is Nairobi. And our focus mainly is to foster innovations in rural urban centers. And this is because of the fact that, you know, a lot of innovation and a lot of innovation support have always been in Nairobi and the other major cities. But then there are outside Nairobi. And we ask ourselves, what can we do to actually in the rural and peri-urban centers. So that's how we came together as the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs to form a network, you know, to see ways in which we could collaborate together to bring, you know, who is doing what and how it has across the country. So we found a few members who association, and they were the pioneer members, and to do this, and that's how we started the association. And the main aim of the association and objective was really to strengthen innovation hubs, which are mainly outside Nairobi. And one of the things that we were asking ourselves is, what does it even mean to have an innovation hub in the village? And you know, what value are they bringing? You know, what kind of support do they in terms of infrastructure and in terms of expertise, and also they are required to actually have the capacity to incubate, accelerate, and support more startups in the country. And one of the things, again, we thought about is collaboration. You know, everyone is doing their own thing, and you know, an incubation. We even don't know, you know, what is the best way we can all run an program for the rural community. So again, to build capacity and to build capacity of the innovation, but also to come up with different, to push for policies both in the local and the national government, to also foster research, come and work together within the model where we bring in the academia, we bring in the private sector, and to see ways in which we can actually collaborate together. And that is what we are doing as the Association Innovation Hub. And in 2020, during COVID-19, we realized that, so many of our innovation hubs, they were doing, there was not much that they were doing because of the restriction and among other things. And we, across the country, government and other partners, and we were able to run the COVID-19 Innovation Challenge. Also, the coming up of the regional innovation, and where we are selecting 15 innovators, and now Innovation Week.
Yumaki, I think you already segued into the next question on the impact. But before we get there, I'm going to ask then Mercy what your institution does and how you supporting innovation and startups.
Thank you, Eva. Us down the memory lane when we laid the first sea cable in Mombasa, and that really sparked the technological revolution in Kenya. And with that, we saw a growth of interested innovators who are birthing technological ideas and coming up with different business models. And so we had one of the students from Strathmore University who went and actually founded iHub, that became the first tech community hub in Kenya. And that was, and now we now have over 200 innovation hubs, and that was actually speaking to the need of the innovators and how to support them. And so back in 2018, we had so many different founders of the innovation hubs that were not to each other. So there was a challenge being scattered and diversified in different. And the important thing was that government did not actually recognize innovation hubs and the work that they were doing in the ecosystem. And so innovation hubs actually came together to form the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. So we don't directly with entrepreneurs, we do that through our members, but we actually strengthen the enablers to do that. And ASEC, as a present date, is a collective voice of innovation hubs across the country that are actually trying to create a conducive environment to ensure the growth of these startups and SMEs, at the same time also linking, doing active collaboration level, at the county level, to develop the initiatives that are all part of our collaboration, about capacity building. And this year we managed to commission a research to really do an ecosystem in terms of what are actually out there and what does their capacity look like. Madeline, COVID-19. So in COVID-19, actually in 2020, what happened was that we found that really closed down, whereas other, and if you look at the report capacity of innovation hubs, we found that it was actually a small percent able to increase their revenue by 50%, whereas others were able to, who actually suffered a huge loss of net, of decreasing the revenue by negative 30%. And so innovation was really playing the resilience and the sustainability of an innovation hub. And so what we have done now is actually commission a capacity building program to strengthen the national capacity of this innovation hub country. The other thing was ASEC is that we have an empowerment projects at a national level, and then so they deliver this project. So actively contributing as a hub. We are running a project, a remittance project, where 500 and hubs who are based in the primary cities and the secondary cities, supporting down to Kilifi, and that is commendable because it's not about just happening within the local cities, but then finding a way local specific area able to develop the capacity building in terms of support the entrepreneurs, and that's what we do.
All right, thank you, Mercy. So Maggie and Mercy, I do hear collaboration, support, and capacity building. So Dr. Nijo, what does your organization do? And
yeah,
we come from a slightly different angle. As Innovate UK, as part of Innovate UK KTN, which is the equivalent of the Kenya in the UK, KTN's remit is really to drive UK science and research and innovation with three mandates of number one, really driving the long-term economic growth of the UK. Number two is about mobilizing the UK's research and innovation in really tackling social and global challenges. And the third one that we are really focusing on, especially in Africa, in our work here, is around supporting the UK's 8 objectives. So we work very closely with our colleagues in the FCDO to align the work that we're doing here in order to make our UK long-term commitment to the 8 objectives. So with our teams in the UK, in Nairobi, in Lagos, and in Johannesburg as well, we work with about 260,000 innovators, about 60,000 businesses, research organizations, and actually from the UK, we work with about 30 countries as well. So we're extremely wide network around the world, and we're also extremely cross-sector. So we are quite a different organization. Our KTN is very unique. I've worked with all the countries, many countries around the world, and we don't learn a KTN in any of the partner countries, because our role is very much about bridging the connections between businesses, amongst businesses, between academia and businesses, between innovation and funding, and actually also between countries, our partner countries as well. And some of the major challenges that we are trying to tackle are around some of the global, the challenges that we currently face globally around net zero, around food security, around water and sanitation, around energy transitions. And these are some of the key challenges that we are trying to deliver as well. And sometimes we know all the solutions, but we like to be part of the solutions. We like to believe that if we can bring together partners working in true alliance, we might be able to contribute to some of the challenges. And I think that's really the concept in terms of the global alliance, sort of team that I lead from KTN. For example, the Global Alliance Africa project, which is funded by UK Aid here, is a 6-year commitment from the UK government, really seek to enable global exchange of knowledge, transfer of innovation, working in partnerships between Kenya, South Africa, and the UK. Why is this really important, and how we could potentially help to become part of the solution here is because we have the global view that allows us to look at the bigger picture. We also understand the significance of Africa as a continent in the sort of future global societal geopolitics and economic contribution as well from the continent as a whole. And while our interventions currently focusing on around funding innovations through open innovation, and also some of the works that we're doing in Eldorate, for example, very geared towards targeting some of the SDGs around SDG 2, for example, around zero hunger, SDG 3 around health and well-being. But really, what our skill sets and our really global network allow us to target specifically around addressing SDG 217, which is about partnerships for the goal. So really bringing together global partnerships to address the entire SDG as a whole.
All right.
So hopefully that gives you a sense.
Okay, great. Mercy and Magdalene. So please give us, in terms of numbers, what have you been then able to achieve with your associations or with your organizations since you started?
Yeah, so since 2018, driven by mentioned previously, the first one looking at policy. So we might in the drafting of the startup bill back in 2018, and really was trying to benchmark with the more mature innovation ecosystems like India, Tunisia, and many others. And so startup bill, we actually have regional engagements where convenings of government officials, we had innovation hubs, we also had entrepreneurs, and also different type of partners, even including corporates who came in to actually listen to how the draft of the bill was, comments onto it. And looking at the president actually resolved, passing that to now become an act, that really is a game changer in itself. And then also we've been able to host multiple initiatives like community get-togethers for the different regions as well, to be able to now do capacity building at a local level, but still at the same time also creating a community of leaders who are in the innovation ecosystem to begin that peer-to-peer learning as well as the knowledge exchange. So we've been able to reach to over 3,000 participants, both virtual and also physical. Able to host 9 innovation dialogues, both at Kenya level and also at Pan-African, closely with AfriLabs and a few Pan-African partners, and then also looking at how we've been able to foster policy dialogues. So the starter bill was the first one. The second one that we also managed to do through of innovation hubs across the country was also looking at the ecosystem code of conduct. So we actually define engagement with the demand, and that's one thing that also we've been able to do. And then looking at also so understood, because previously I was also working within an accelerator. When you're working with a startup, there's pre-seed that financing is actually lacking. And now with multiple donors, especially the GIZ, and we do diaspora remittance projects, 100 projects with a total of that has been channeled directly to entrepreneurs. And that is big because we're speaking about the bottom-up approach and also bringing up the local economy scenario. That also feeds in to the national economy of job creation and also fostering revenue at a large scale as well. So those are some of the things that we've done.
All right, thank you. Magdalene?
Thank you. So as an association, and like I mentioned, we are mostly based outside the capital city. And one of the things that we were looking at is to ensure that, we build capacity of these innovation hubs to get to a point that they have the capacity actually to support innovation. What Nietzsche calls and the KTN Global call we really want to support innovation at the grassroots level. And one of the things that we are looking at is commercialization. And that's also has been one of the key things driving really support the innovation hubs. And when we started in 2020, like I mentioned about the Great COVID-19 Innovation Challenge, we had 300 innovators that we mobilized across the country. And from there, we narrowed down the number to 40 and eventually 50. From ideas still startups, actually generate. One of them who pitched yesterday generate Kenya shillings every month from just point. So that's when we realized that there are so many innovations that are out there that need support, that needs to be showcased, that needs to in by the investors so that they can also see the diverse and also some of the these challenges. And one of the things in which I was discussing with the Kenya Innovation Week is we had 315. What about the rest, the other 200 and something? What can we do to continue supporting them? And that's what informed some of the innovation we were running. And we wanted to do regional innovation across the country. We want there are not so many outside Nairobi, and even according to the report, the mapping report from the UN, % of all the innovation hubs in the country are based in Nairobi. So outside Nairobi, so that doing the 10 regional innovation challenges. And challenges that we were planning to run, we actually thought, why don't we do regional innovation week? And with the partnership from the Kenya Innovation Week, Regional Innovation Week, across the country, very good innovations, and currently we have 150. There are 3 winners in each region. That's now around 30 winners, and we need to continue supporting them. And the capacity to support 30, but to Tier 150 and through an acceleration program, and and even investors who can actually support them and through support bring these ideas to life. So passing on, and we want to continue the conversation around that. But also we've done other programs, including the training of the hub manager with Thunderbird Global School of Management. We've done struggling with the leave the county or the innovation hub because they always come to Nairobi to look for greener pastures. So sometimes it's really hard to actually get the right actually continue and to make sure that they have the capacity to it us. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Magdalene and Mercy, for that list of accomplishments. It's very well. Yeah, we need to clap for you guys. So help me clap for them for all the work that they're doing with all the hubs. But I'm going to then ask Dr. Nijo to tie it up you did mention about the SDG 17 from a partnership perspective, from a collaboration. So how do you see the future of the efforts span out?
We've been really fortunate to have the opportunity to work with Kenya in the last couple of years, really supporting Dr. Tony Wanza's vision for Kenya's science and innovation progress here. And in Kenya, through our Globalize Africa project, we have started implementing open innovation projects in e-waste recycling, in agriculture sectors. We have also starting to work on building a UK-Kenya innovation network on health innovation. But even on this stage, we have been working with Mercy, the ESSEC Association, to introduce what we had as innovation canvas to support young innovators in Kenya. Chad mentioned our work in Eldoret, with looking at how we could bring innovation, knowledge exchange, and also capacity building to really add value to the agricultural sectors in Eldoret, because we believe that is really important to also drive the inclusive development agenda outside main capital, primary cities or capital cities. Hence, we have been very deliberate in our approach in working in a county like Eldoret. And going forward, the principles of Global Alliance for us is really about the meeting of minds, the sharing of ambitions, and really take a quite humbling approach to understand the local context and try to be, as I say, try to be part of the solution really. And we are all three of us on the stage are real true practitioners of innovation, collaboration, and it really aligns really well with Kenyan, the KIW's vision around localization. So bringing global innovation into Kenya to really support the vision.
Thank you. I am reminded of the video that was going around that people were being asked, what's the capital city of Africa? And then they would say Kenya. So it's nice to hear that it's all happening in Nairobi and that you're going out past Nairobi so that then you can build the capacities there. And in that regard, so what do we expect in just 1 minute as we wrap this up? What do you expect to see going forward from partners, government, and private sector after this Kenya Innovation Week? Shall I start with you, Dr. Nijo?
Okay, thank you. I mean, I was in the Mombasa last week as well for the SEAL event, and for this week, and I've been really encouraged by the really positive energy and the willingness across the ecosystem, in Kenya, and the will to drive collaboration and commercialization. I think I would like to see that going forward, without losing momentum, a stronger framework around IPR, around commercialization, around risk assessment of research impact, and actually a lot of initiatives being put to bring businesses and academia working together. Really, the ambition of the Kenyan government in terms of allocating 2% of its GDP to science, technology, innovation, and I think working together with the help, perhaps with also the support from its international partners as well. I like to see that perhaps in the next 5 years the commercialization landscape in Kenya will be will make significant advance in the next 5 years. And I'm really hopeful for that.
All right, good. I'll go with Masi and then finish with Chip.
So just picking up from what he said, because we're in the same summit where we had the university deans and the VCs in one room, and we're speaking about one agenda. How do we commercialize research? And that's really important for the innovation ecosystem, because one thing that does drive innovation is data. And even when we conducted the needs assessment for the ecosystem, even for us, we actually lacked data points to refine of statistics, but it doesn't actually do enough research on innovation. And so having that linkage with the academia is very important. And one way that we do that is through the partnership with UK Innovate. We're able to actually design a strengthening investment pipeline program, bringing in incubators into the industry hubs to begin having that, at the same time also devolving opportunities down to the pipeline of students within the universities. The second, Kenya, we're really a small economy. There's a bigger game that we also need to be playing, and that's in the Global Innovation Index. Kenya is not featured as top 50. We're still somewhere below 100. We need to get our act together, and that means coming together intentionally to design programs, interventions, and the focus of we need to grow the ecosystem. The Kenya, because it's not really something. It's about collaboratively coming together to champion change. And for one thing, it's definitely the startup bill. There's going to be a lot of convenings that are going to happen. Stakeholders, do avail yourself. If you have the resources to support this together, policy really is the best innovation to thrive. If we forget, then we're not really doing well, because once the regulation happens, it actually takes us back 20 steps backwards. So the other thing, we have a lot of conversations about route to market. How can we support our startups who have very good ideas that need to solve? Can we begin talking about rates and actually linking them also with international change, facilitating trade at a larger level? Because how we can work the continental free trade agreement. Again, speaking about the cross-border relationship and trade. So with all of us here in the room, there's a lot day and night. Our definitely need to come together to have this coordination framework working for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mercy. And then Magdalene, please wrap it up.
Thank you. And what I would really want to see for me, especially for our organization, the Association of Countrywide, is innovations at the grassroots level. I want to see innovations being commercialized, because who best can actually solve the challenges at the grassroots level other than the people who face those challenges every day. So I want to see innovation hubs with capacity to be able to support those innovations to commercialize and take their product to the market. And this entails the innovation hubs, it entails more building their expertise that will really ensure that the innovation hubs have the capacity to support rural so innovations in rural and peri-urban centers. That we can actually support grassroots level. And from the really good startups that, of course, the report will come out soon, and we are going to share the amazing startups from even Turkana. And these people need is just the platform like Kenya Innovation. Very good English, but they really are doing amazing. I know team is very, the challenge of the food waste and etc. And these are the right innovation sort out those challenges.
All right. Thank you. Mercy, you want to add one point as...
Just the final one. One ASEC was really see what is the practical solution of bringing in stakeholders together and then also coordinating data and information in the ecosystem. So we actually built an ecosystem portal as part of the report of the KIW, and the idea for linking all able to share the grassroots innovations, we give them a chance to be seen and heard. We give a chance for an investor to actually go to the portal, search by sector and also by the type of business growth or business stage of the innovation and be linked directly to this coordination framework. Then we talk about the portal, invite all of us to own it because it's for the Kenyan ecosystem and hopefully will be used by other countries because also we have Uganda looking up to us. So just a call out for that portal. We'll definitely launch it and we invite you to also participate in contributing to the knowledge base of the Kenyan innovation ecosystem.
All right, great. So before you leave, so I hear commercialization, I hear using research for the benefits of turning that out to impact, I hear partnership, I hear policy, I hear resources, I hear capacity building, and I hear grassroots. So entire into the building of networks, the SDG 17, which I'm also quite passionate about. So a round of applause to the panelists as they then exit and we'll be transitioning. So thank you very much, Dr. Nijo, Chep, and Mercy. Asanteni. All right, thank you. I see you still are having high energy, so we don't have to do the IV, but the IV will be coming, the coffee IV will be coming through the next panelists who was behind the Kenya Innovation Week. And I'll ask Sheena, Florence, Nekesa, Philip, Eric to come on stage, please. And Agnes, sorry. All right. Thank you. We have a nice, able team, and I'm happy that we have equal representation. We're just having an aspect earlier on before the session. Philip, are you thinking, yeah, this is a Asante. All right, so the whole team in front of you is experts in their own right and driving force behind Kenya Innovation Week. They were leading each of the summits. And as of introduction, I'll just say the name and then please the organization that you represent. And after that, then I'll ask that we give our insights from all the summits that then you led. So we have Eric, who is leading the student-led innovation summit. We have Agnes, who was leading the commercialization summit. We have Nekesa Were, who was leading the public sector innovation summit. Philip Pigo, technology and 4IR. Florence Kimata, Startup Kenya Summit, and Sheena from the Skills and Talent Summit. So I've had all these nice things as well. The issue of patents, the issue of finance, the skills, the jobs of now, not future, and then how we guiding the students to come up with the right innovations. What are the policies around all this innovation? And how are you supporting the ecosystem and the ecosystem managers to birth out the innovation? And then how are we getting the product out into the market? And how is research going to be used, or is it being used for commercialization? And how are we preparing around this? So as a start, I'm just going to do like a spin ball and start with Nekesa. Please introduce. I think I can give it the honor it deserves. Please, your organization, and then summit wrap up.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nekesa Were, and I am the Director of Strategy at AfriLabs. AfriLabs is a Pan-African network of innovation hubs. Currently have a membership of 400 hubs spread across 52 African countries. And our work at AfriLabs is to support our hubs to support African innovators. So our primary mandate is to the innovation hubs. And we support them in 4 key ways. One, offering them very contextualized data for the African market. And so that teaches them how to teach their innovators. 2, access to funding. And so annually we have micro grants that our hubs have access to. 3, we support them in how to work with national policies and how to give their input to those national innovation policies. And then finally is data. So we constantly offer them data on the African innovation ecosystem that also supports them to support their innovators. Now, with my summit, which was a public sector innovation summit, I think for me, or takeaways. The first one was a need for a whole of government approach in the way that particularly the Kenya government innovates. And so is that we had from Kenya Space Agency and Nandi County. And so Kentry, great story of how they've been able to digitize the export and automated, with just obviously the 5% left, which is just a few to come on board. And so that's incredible. People don't know. We have talking about data that they've collected and how they're able to influence the climate space, on. And all these reasons for us to celebrate with regard to how government is innovating, but to adopting this innovation. And we understand why there's resistance. There's because it disrupts, and sometimes people are uneasy or uncomfortable with it because they don't understand what the innovation. Maybe it's coming like to understand is innovating and in that process, so that you understand what and so whether you is and that also means given the equipment be part of that conversation. So that really came out very strong. Out was the perfection, right? And so I mean that was of this conference, global what has what systems, but this sometimes should not be our should be for constant, right? And that we need to innovate. It's great in Britain. It's great to hear what's happening in Estonia, and let's borrow the best practice. But let's focus here and particular time and innovate for that circumstance. And so human a lot care and understanding in our actions came out a lot for the public sector summit.
Thanks, Nekesa. And now that we've had about the aspect of the legal, the law, the government, I'm going to go to Eric, where the innovations could then be starting with the students. So what was your insights from the student summit?
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, my name and I work with the STEM Impact Center, an organization that is committed to what we call democratizing STEM in our schools. We do this because we know it's one of the ways to promote foundational literacy among learners in the far areas to reach, but also to encourage the curiosities among our learners. So we have our programs in primary schools, in high schools, and in universities as well. But beyond that, to showcase their curiosities, their solutions to the society. Now, coming back to the Student Innovation Summit, and I must thank Tony for agreeing to have an exclusive day, which is on the 5th. It can be dedicated to learners to come and showcase. In the education ecosystem, we are Kenyans there. And I just imagine, what if we put in mechanisms in place to harness the curiosity that these people have, for them to develop solutions into potential businesses. I believe making investments in this sector, we can actually start tackling issues, the real challenges we have, but also create jobs, country the income that it deserves. So, summit, the key were that, and I echo the earlier speakers, how can the young people be part and parcel of the larger ecosystem? And when we look at we have the Kenya Science Engineering Fair, we have the young scientists who provide platforms, we have STEM Impact Center that also provide platforms for coding robotics. At the team, but then at the university level, each university sort of has their own doing. So we structured way of engaging junior secondary being domiciled at the primary schools. How can we also start thinking of providing them a solution so that they can also start showcasing what senior school, their path easy for them to select. So the issue of them the larger ecosystem was raised up, but also mechanisms for the students who what British Council is doing of working with the universities and what doing at the TVET level. Activities. We are investing in ideations. So, because they did say that we also want to feel we are part of this large ecosystem by people coming to invest in us, so that can be brought to the market level. The other thing that came up was, if you have your startup, the tax regime we have as a country, and that's a policy issue, and I think the president coordinating this space and for the young people. And I think through Kenya, we could have a conversation with the students so that also, if you are a young person who says your IP, if you have an idea that qualifies, and we did have an IP session on that, but some kids who had a fantastic invention, actually I can say it, but they're stuck on how to work their idea. Lastly, is the issue of gifted. What is the pathway do we have for such children? And as I know, is the need for us to develop gifted and talented children. We know of a 6-year-old who won an award for being keen on aviation, but we see. So maybe part of this is having a very proper pathway for our gifted and talented children so that they can explore. But I'll finish up because you guys to experience what clip at the end of it all so that you can also have a taste of what probably you missed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. And interesting, so that you've spoken about the students, and that allows me to segue so nicely to Sheena about, so all these young people, they do have the creativity and the curiosity, but then somehow it ends up when mid-ground, the skills and the talent then somehow escape us. What was the insights from your summit?
Great, thank you everyone. I hope you can hear this. So hi, my name is Sheena Raikandalia. I'm the country director for the UK Kenya Tech Hub. So that's part of from the UK government in Kenya called the Digital Access Program, and basically the first part of that program online sustainably. The second part is once they're online, how do we keep them safe? And then the third is this UK Kenya Tech Hub, which is it's all about how do you create these kind of tech and digital ecosystems. On the other side, I'm also a board member of Kenya, so that's another hat that I wear, and I track. So I'll just quickly move on to the skills track. It's a really, really interesting one because everybody talks about is not something that's just like, it's just for young people. And I think that's come out quite clearly in today's day and age. Skill and continuous learning is for everyone, from all the way from a child ECD to adults continuously reinventing themselves. I can actually quite focused. We ended up having a couple of really, really good discussions, and I'll just quickly share some of the insights. So we started off the day with what normally would be a traditional keynote. But instead of doing that, I actually flipped it around and we said, let's actually hear or entrepreneurs themselves who are already creating very creatively, rather than telling us about how to create jobs. Let's hear from people who are actually doing it. And so it was a TED Talk style panel, and it was amazing. We had people talking about like creating jobs for women in construction, and it was amazing. And she was talking about the end-to-end ecosystem where it's not just about training but linking them to jobs in construction, of women in construction. A second person talked about social influencers, and we think about influencers and big advertising budgets going to the Kim Kardashians, but there's a company in Kenya and what they're doing, and across a few markets in Kenya, and they're taking these big marketing budgets going influencers here in Kenya, ambition to create 1 million jobs, and they're doing it, and I think they will do it. The third one was around creatives and how they industry and linking them to Hollywood. How you can get the Geokali sector, the tech, the informal sector, linking it with tech, and now Gearbox is manufacturing Raspberry Pis here in Kenya, creating thousands of opportunities for hundreds and thousands of jobs. So that was what people are already doing to create jobs, and the different types of skills. The second one we brought in, of course, be about tech. So we brought in the race for big tech, and we brought in the Google, the Microsoft, Huawei, and kind of all ALS, big players. And some of the insights they shared were just amazing. And so is, of course, there's this digital divide which has been touched upon in the previous session, which is the rural areas are not connected. So how do you scale them? But on the contrast, and some of these statistics can be quite depressing, right? What are we going to do? How are we going to do this? And it can lead to sort of fear and doing nothing. So we had Fred Swaneker, the panelist, who's so inspiring, who said, yeah, but think about how much we are urbanizing. And he gave us the urbanization rates and said, so actually we would be able to, and that's not to say ignore the rural, but in 5 what we can do and have that kind of effect. So it was a very solution-focused panel about how these big brands are also creating there was a huge conversation around, well, we have to create our own Africa model for jobs, right? Like creating a product doesn't create that many jobs. If you ask any product creator, Facebook, Spotify, the rest, they have not created many jobs. In fact, it's the opposite in the West. You don't have as many people. You actually have less jobs in the future. So here in Africa, we actually need to kind of follow another example of the service industry. And he gave examples of India, Infosys. It was a really amazing discussion on what can be done. So then after we had a very controversial debate, and I'm a bit worried that it started a hashtag saying kill universities, which is not what I intended. But universities should be abolished. Now, I'm going to say this. I do believe universities have a lot of change required, but it brought in amazing speakers defending universities. It brought in the tech side and other people sort of saying why universities were not relevant. A student who basically said, I'm a university dropout. I will never join university again. I did a project in university and they stole my IP. I couldn't make any money on this. And it was amazing because he was giving an example. A young man himself who quit university. It was an awesome panel with lots of great insights. I think in the end, we all agreed, we don't think universities should be abolished, but we think a lot to get them sort of relevant. And then I think whenever everybody talks about tech, but of course, tech is not the only thing that's skilled. So we had this amazing panel on the Juakali sector, and we call it Juakali on steroids. And again, it was a combination of what the informal sector is doing combined with tech. So we had some really good conversations, some good discussions. And I think a lot of people went back, and the conversations have continued online. Great about this is now we've got some next steps for the next, for going forward, because I don't think Kenya Innovation Week should be, let's have this week and that's it, let's see you again next year. I think that's not what we want to do. We're going to carry it on, but not just conversations, but come up with real action points to understand what is going on and how we can develop this space. Thanks.
Thanks, Gina. I'm going to actually ask then after that. So, I mean, we've have these skills and all these nice entrepreneurs and Juakali on steroids. I like that. Florence, in terms of the Startup Kenya Summit, what were your insights as you also introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Florence Kima. I am policy advisor. Focus a lot on SME financing. Been working as the previously in the and then I'm a specialist working on it for sector and particularly start. A lot of digital services. It involves regulatory changing laws to make sure that the services which have been not only done in a cost efficient. So of course, results immediately. I think that's the most gratifying things, because sometimes it's delayed, which can even be make a lot. 5-10 years later is when the results are on. But to we have which was followed by in the afternoon. The 4 areas, but I feel like a lot of them focused on enabling environment, cross-cutting theme in all of them, and keeping to the innovation. You will see it running through the conversations that we have. Had a panel on actually enabling. We had the Deputy High Commissioner of Showcase Startup India, which was launched. Had an opportunity as a government to, to get some worked. I know Nekesa did say like copy low-hanging fruits, which we don't reinvent the wheel. We spoke about tax regime and for SMEs, and for them what they did within the Startup India program, exempt tax for the first 3 years. And I think this can really be applied anywhere. The exit, if they really felt this was not a sustainable solution. This is sort of an area can be able to solve the most pressing needs. The thing of course, such as the startups, and then also they allowed for self. So you want to be able to register as a startup so that you benefit from all this. And so you say, yes, I registered on this day, and you go from then qualifies you. There's no other procedure of submitting documents to any other, and then you begin with India. To hold Principal Secretary of the Micro and Small Enterprises, Micro, who had the opportunity to speak in her official role within our. She received proposals from one of the panel who has really been in the market and invested and has startup recommendations on what she sees as an enabler for Kenya. And we then said that support. So we have a lot of support for innovation, but innovation to sustainable commerce. This in a few years it's dead. So if we should small the same across. So what are we enter that will help the sustained and to grow and remain viable. Had very concrete proposal, concrete and so in the upcoming startup bill. He said committee 23. How do conversations contribute to this startup bill? This is to start with the thought, the content that will go, so that's how we can get some recommendations in. Good conversations with regard to unlocking unconventional locally and that is not typically used. We have, on the training and, creating a and more of that. We need more of that because it works out of the academy, which is an initiative to train investors to export when invest. Then we the chances to startups. We know typically a lot of the in of people, spending money photos of their houses being built on. So element people in the into the startup ecosystem. I think that is something that can then have these investments. All forms of funding, Islamic funding, from the Islam that how inform opportunities to unlock more. I think is a big one for government in terms of enabling more investments from private. How have more money by even Magdalene who mentioned, how additionally to entrepreneurs by this had a which need to say much because this was covered well by Magdalene in her conversations and what the countrywide hub is doing. The things that came out is a need for a clear separation between the national and subnational level. And I think that as a policy document will be able to guide those conversations. There, and we that had and and Esther from there in the grassroots, but how that and be at the national level? How do we build association of countries where have regional innovation hubs, innovation weeks prior to innovation week? Again, that was a very good plan in traction in harnessing more innovations. We are accessing national market to do that. How do investments into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area? And they say that is a key mandate for us. Investments within Africa, Africa investments. So Africa is here to do that and encourage partnerships. We hold member states to be able to intra. So we are the country to facilitate internationalization of your message from the MIT regional accelerator, who have been wanting to work. This is a great proceed with that call to develop policies that really support the their startup bill by taking them through the it is done, and not but giving us own internal resources and data analytics, resources to support that process. So to come, we also catalytic, we also open up, how within the market. So the catalytic capital consortium that is looking to you catalyze how from different foundations to make sure actually leading to some returns in this space. So I covering the rich conversations that we had in the summit, but the pitching that we had. The 20 startups who were selected through a partnership with the innovation hubs to come and showcase. We had them at the startup village, opportunity, even meet all the conference delegates. They met the president, and for them, the exposure and the expressed it was. They also had a pitch in front of investors. It's a great opportunity. It was meeting with them who will become the one interaction was a 3-star management and circular economy committee. They had very complementary solutions and they did. So this is the platform that we want to accord these startups for them to be able to showcase, get investments, get the strategic conversations happening, and also from the. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Florence. Your session was also ran all the way into the afternoon yesterday, so we do understand. So you've provided the whole ecosystem support, the startup support, and then by today 11, Philip had us, all of us, redundant. So he was overseeing the Technology and 4IR Summit, so I'm going to ask him to then summarize the key aspects out of it.
Yeah, we all have to find new jobs, including me. Apparently an AI can do this better than I can do it. So I thank you so much, Philip Tigo, Senior Director for Africa for the Thunderbird School of Global Management as part of Arizona State University. My university is very simple. We are about inclusivity. 3 parts to us is one is that We are known for who include and not who exclude. All our research must be of public value, and we must take responsibility of everything that we do. So that's why we're invested in this process. We started way with the future. And interesting is the future was now. We made sure it was a video from the world's most leading futurist. And so he was more scary than I was today. In terms of our phones will be obsolete in the next 3-4 years because everything is going wearable. And he was basically demonstrating what they are doing in Hollywood. And do you know what that means in terms of culture? It is coming. And so based on that, we basically, so it's the death of handheld devices, basically. And we're investing in iPhone 14. Think about it. We 3 parts. So all these things are coming. Last year, for the Industrial Revolution, digital transformation, this time focused in terms of what are these levers of. So the first one, of course, was governance. But then we added agility before it. And I know there are no parliamentarians here. I've had government, not parliament. And that's where all laws are passed. And it takes 3 years to pass a law. Innovation would have gone before that law comes in. And so we had a very session in terms of how do we ensure that laws are passed in an agile way. And so we agreed one is that the business of governance is not of government alone. It is a whole multi-stakeholder effort because the expertise of technology is somewhere else. And so we in a way that you develop policies. The second piece, of course, went into a debate of, so what is the future of government? And so it was interesting, quite controversial. But I think the issue was then that the role of government, interestingly, needs to be to the extent they must be the guarantor that technology must always remain a public good. And CHEP is talking about, so that this equalizer and the dividend does not necessarily flow to early adopters. Because in the fourth industrial revolution, it affects how we live, learn, work, communicate. And so it is no longer a digital divide, it is a divide. And so government must step in to equalize that. And so where, and this was a quote from Madeleine Albright, where it was saying that citizens are speaking to their governments using 21st century technologies. Governments are 20th century technologies and 19th century solutions. And so that government moves to the 21st century with everybody. And else, Sheena, but for governments, so officer, it's not different frequencies that are speaking the same language. The same, and that innovation must also permeate through public sector. And so we talked about, you talk about software. I think it's very much around mindware. The building, the issue of matching problems and solutions, because everybody's busy. Innovating, building solutions. Government is busy governing and having problems of how they can't. So how do you match and bridge those two? But then we saw really a lack of choice. People are not choices to find where CHEP and our people are so that they can solution. So for us, I think in that session we said, listen, how do we governance and government in a way inclusivity, but also it's about incentivizing public servants to be innovative. The issue of corruption, of course, came up. I've not heard of it. And to the extent that a lot of as much as we're doing about, so but be mindful that we have challenges also must deal with that technology, whether it's blockchain, but then it's still a choice whether somebody wants to use blockchain to fix issues of technology. We ended up, of course, with 3G, 2G, or including energy, because you cannot have internet and reliable internet without reliable power. And as everything would have it, we lost power. And so you can imagine it was as real as it got. So we thought the ethical elements of technology, infrastructure. So ethical, moral is not about profit. It's also about people who really need the margins of development. The second, top. And so we had a lot of infrastructure in our professionals in our panel, and collaborate. It's not about fibers, 3 masts. Can you everybody can reach the infrastructure, but cost. The other proposal will be basically to use Universal Services Access Fund could be reimagined. And that's what the private sector players are saying, so that it leaves nobody behind. But over around our conversation was when on women, persons with disability. And so how we design infrastructure of the future must also be through universal design. And so conversation with Bernard Shearer, and it was interesting, right? So he said for these iPhones, do you know a person with disability who would use anymore? Yet we think this is fancy because had something you could touch, but with your glass, fancy phones, it doesn't work anymore. So the challenge was, even as you want to go fancy, can you rethink in terms of this new technology, at least maintaining some certain standards? So disability are included. And empathy. The second thing is that we are at an inflection point where we have all the pieces. And so they're there, but we're just not together. And so Kenya could have an together. We committed that it seems is evolving very quickly, getting new technologies all the time. So we committed to work with Kenya very frequently, but also inclusive conversations around the fourth industrial revolution, how it impacts how we live, learn, work, and operate. The second, Parliament to put together an forum, Agile Governance Caucus, is that when a law is being designed, then they will ensure this co-creation, not just public participation. So I see this startup being those states for this caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. And finally, we'll ask Agnes, who is leading the commercialization summit, and please introduce yourself. As she does that, please think of your 30-minute takeout from this, because then 30 seconds, sorry. Wow. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. As we wrap up and try to catch up on some time.
All right, thank you very much, Eva. So my name is Agnes Tuma. I'm the manager, innovation commercialization at Kenya National Innovation Agency. And we have been the ones who've put this Innovation Week together these past few days that we've been here together. And so for the Commercialization Summit, it was a very interesting summit, to say the least, a very huge turnout than we expected compared to last year. And of course, in this summit this year, we had perspectives from the UK and South Africa, which we felt very important to actually get to understand what is happening in other countries with regards to commercialization. And this then gave us a context, and we then got to hear from the Kenyan perspective around across the national innovation system, and that is the private sector, from academia, from research centers, from the TVET as well. Just what do they do with regards to, business models supporting commercialization. And just by sharing these experiences, of course, we get to understand that we have business models in place, but then why aren't they working? What is the gap? Where is the gap actually? That's such that commercialization is it's not happening as it should. We are not seeing so much products from the academia and research centers in the market. And so, of course, one major gap that we realized is the aspect around business development and the fact that institutions do not have the relevant skill set to be able to translate research output to the market. And out of the conversations, one key highlight was, why can't universities or academia consider collaborating with incubation hubs? Consider accepting and opening doors to come in and set up in the institutions, because they already have the expertise that is needed to actually facilitate that to the market. Very clearly seen from the innovations and startups that we've been seeing for the past 3 days, right in the exhibition area. So that was one area that we felt universities can consider. There are academia and industry linkage, and one to actually ensure that we are actually speaking together, we are working together as institutions. So one thing that came out very clearly from the private sector is, as academia or research institutions are conducting their research work, they need to consider the human-centered design. And I think Nekesa already mentioned that. So really thinking from the perspective of the human and not so much on the theoretical aspect, engaging with industry to understand the pain points and then coming up with solutions that can actually be commercialized eventually. So that was one key highlight. And then one other aspect that probably is a proposal that universities and academia again should consider is introducing commercialization in the curricula for the graduate students, graduate programs, as well as the human-centered design programs. That way, we assure that they are taking up research from a human-centered perspective, and we are sure they're going to come up with very good solutions that can get to the market. Then another aspect that we looked at, and I was trying to summarize in these categories, was the private sector perspective. So ultimately, as academia again and research centers, we need to consider profitability and sustainability, because that is very key for any private sector or industry player. If at all a solution is not going to be profitable or sustainable in the market, then they really wouldn't go for it. So as a researcher, as you think about your research, these are areas that you really need to think about. But maybe just as a parting shot, 3 things that we said we really...
That will be your parting shot, and then I'll allow?
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So 3 things. And we said there are 3 T's. Number 1 is trust. If we are going to collaborate and partner with the industry, and academia and research center, there has to be some trust level, and that is going to be built through continuous engagement, such that we are saying that academia and industry should always be engaging. That is the only way we can build that trust and eventually be able to come up with very good collaboration frameworks around that. The next one is time. We need to take time and appreciate that without, going, which of course will take time, we'll not be able to achieve that. So let's appreciate the fact that it will take time, but eventually we will see results out of it. And lastly, testing and accepting that you will always fail, but you fail forward. So over to you.
Thank you. Oh, that brings me to quick 30 seconds for your wrap up.
Thank you. We begin with them for 1 week. So any work in the next couple of weeks. Number Tony, we have our theme, 2023. Over 3 boot camp, and then 1 and coaching. Here, we'll be bringing quality entrepreneurs. We can talk business
30
now.
seconds gone. Sheena?
So for me, quickly, skills are for everyone. If we don't keep relearning, etc., we'll be gone. We'll be made redundant. Number 2, when we talk about skills, tech is important. Tech is not everything. Tech is just an enabler. In Kenya, in Africa, the informal sector is the largest sector, and it's not to be underestimated. It's an awesome sector. It needs a bit of support, and it can really, really change the world. Number 3, again, tech, it keeps going back, and tech is going to change. We've talked about automation. We've talked about being. Remember, it's our food, agriculture are also important. So
Okay,
that's where I'll
great.
stop.
You got 42, Florence. Let's go.
Eva, the innovative to solve. We have cut out for us. Co-create is the easier job. To a framework to support these startups.
Well done, 17 seconds. Philip, let's go.
I think for me, one is we must be intentional and deliberate. The second one is it's about tech for humanity, not humanity for tech. The third one, of course, is that we really must ensure that we're inclusive.
Well, Nekesa.
Thank you. Of our summit was everyone began to reveal the kind of data that they actually have. And so for us, the next strategic step for government, Dr. Tony, would actually be a convening data conference where all the have and what they're doing with it and how they can cross-pollinate each other. And I'm also support you on doing that. Should Kenya mean that is something that they want to convene? The second thing is Senator Crystal for asking for departments and support that you need. And so that would be my forward.
I think we have a commitment there. Thank you with 41 seconds. Thank you, everyone. And let's give them a warm round of applause for those insights. I know we deep dived was partisan because some of us were not able to be in all the sessions. Thank you, Sheena, Florence, Philip, Nekesa, Agnes, and Eric. You may exit the stage. Thank you very much as we do clap for them once again. And I must acknowledge our translator, Agri. Thank you very much for making this inclusive. Last year we started off, yes, please give him a warm round of applause. Last year, under the guidance of Dr. Omwansa, we started off a movement. And this year, we took us locally. And at the beginning of the session, we had a keynote address, and they say that we need to be crazy. And in honor of a lady that I met yesterday who was pitching and left her 12-day-old baby, I'm going to leave you with the words of Thomas Sankara, who named her child Sankara. And he says, you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from non-conformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. It took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those mad women. We must dare to invent the future. Thank you for our session, and I hand this over to our next moderator. I believe that's George. George, thank you.
All right. Let's give Kimani some loud of praise. Thank you so much, Eva Kimani, for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to of the PS, State Department for Youth Affairs, PS, and of course, Dr. Tony Omwansa. So, Dr. Tony Omwansa, you can kindly come forward.
All right. I did not expect the hall to be full at this time. That's an indication that this has been a very valuable 3 days rather, with deep engagements. You know why I got caught up in 3 weeks? Is because I've been sprinting for 3 weeks, including a summit that we had in Mombasa of institutional leaders from universities and research centers and so forth. So it's been a while, and so really humbling for some of us who've been trying to put this together. that yes, we are putting together something that adds value and makes sense to the ecosystem. And we've had lots and lots of partners supporting this. I mean, it's just not the innovation agency doing this alone. We've worked with so many partners, and their logos have been going up every other moment. If I start listing them, the list is long. Thank you, PS, for agreeing to come and represent the Cabinet Secretary as we close this session. The Innovation Week is wrapping up, and this is the moment when many people look up to, like, what are we celebrating as we go forward? Before I do so, there are a couple of points I'll make. One, after this Innovation Week, we're going to circulate a feedback form. It's electronic. We don't want to rush you. Take your time. Give us feedback about the Innovation Week. And for those who attended the SEAL Summit, we will write to you. Give us at your own comfort. Give us the thoughts of how we can improve and make this better for the next generations. Second, we will circulate a form because the Innovation Agency is at the stage of developing a new strategic plan for the next 3 to 5 years. So we will also circulate because we'd like to get some feedback and ideas. And we wanted people to experience the Innovation Week, and then you can give us ideas that are informed based on the interactions we've had. We launched the commercialization guidelines this morning, and so the consulting team is handing over, and we're going to be packaging the number of us who are here in the morning. And we'll be sending this toolkit to our institutions, universities, research centers, TVETs, and so forth. And we've already started operationalizing those guidelines. We're running a pilot with a number of institutions. We're setting up a network of institutions to co-support one another. So you can expect those guidelines. The second set of guidelines that we also released today is for the coordination framework for the innovation hubs and incubation hubs. The PS will speak elaborately about it, and the head of state did say so as well, that it is something we really want to fix so that then we minimize duplication, accelerate impact, and be able to aggregate things at national level. Now, we launched the Kenya Innovation Outlook, and we took some nice photos here. And like I said yesterday, you know, the head of state had to be the only first one to see it. And then the rest of the copies are available. And if you're interested in a hard copy, it's with our secretariat. And we'll be sending many copies to as many of our partners as possible so we can begin to relate where we are and where we want to go. And soft copy, of course, will be available. Finally, we are working on the Kenya Innovation Week Outlook report over and above the SEAL Summit that we had last week. The Innovation Week report is going to aggregate not only the nice things that have happened in all the photos and discussions, but some of the resolutions and specific things we're going to work on over the next 12 months. So let's assume the next Innovation Week will be about the same time in December. There were resolutions through the plenary, which was led by the head of state. We had resolutions at the 6 summits, starting on the student summit on Monday rather. And then we had a number of side events organized by different partners, like British Council and so on and so forth, and some of the local Vilgro agencies and so forth. There were resolutions out. So we'll pick this up. In addition, we had some runners-up events, like the City Summit, as well as regional innovation weeks. And so we want to aggregate all that into an amazing innovation week report that we'll disseminate probably around January, February, thereabout, after we've organized ourselves. So please reach out because it's going to be a very important document that will shape how we go forward. Now, if I remember the head of state saying, "Come and CEO, your work is cut out." And they said, "Yes, sir." Now, each of us has something to do as we get out of here. God give us life, we'll gather together a year from now. What would you want your record to look like? What did you try to do in the last 12 months? Because we talked about the innovation outlook, which will measure the progress. So I'd like each of you to again say what we said on Monday, rather on Tuesday. I will be crazy in 2023. Tell your neighbor, I will be crazy in 2023. No, some people are not saying. I can see you. Then let me add it a little bit and say, I will be crazy and do something crazy. Say that after me. I will be crazy and do something crazy next year. One more time. Awesome. Let's clap for ourselves. I hope we'll be able to do a group photo after this, because if I see a photo of all of us together, it'll be nice. Now, we're going into a stage where we want to celebrate some of the work that has been done over several months now. And the first one is going to be what we call the Kenya Innovation Week Award. We decided, and I consulted with the board, that why don't we celebrate, institutions, partners who are doing different things to strengthen the national innovation system. And I will have this honor to invite some of the board members who are in the room to issue this award. We call them Kenya Innovation Awards. They are a celebration, just recognizing. They don't have financial innovation awards. They are a celebration, just recognizing. They don't have financial benefit, but it's a recognition. And now that I have two board members, Sheena and Robert, in the room, if there's any other board member, please let me know. So Sheena, you have some work to do to issue about 8 awards, so about 4. So what we did, we basically designed types of awards, and we put them on the website, and we broadcasted and asked people to nominate institutions or individuals that would take those awards. And then after some time, we closed, and then we asked for people to vote. And then, they would vote, and then we will try to tally, and then somehow arrive at a list of awardees. Some of them didn't have a lot of candidates, so we dropped them. And some were moderated, we will try to tally, and then somehow arrive at a list of awardees. Some of them didn't have a lot of candidates, so we dropped them. And some were moderated because we thought some of the data wasn't very accurate. So the first category that I will announce is the Startup Accelerator of the Year. This is an accelerator that runs startup acceleration programs to support enterprise, provide mentorship and coaching and handholding of startups, and provide the funding, direct or indirect, to the startups. And the winner of the KRW for this category is STEM Impact Center. I'd like to call upon representation of STEM Impact Center and invite Sheena to issue this award. STEM Impact Center is Kenyan. It's a non-profit organization that is based in Kenya. We work to advance science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education and learning, with the goal of increasing the number of students, especially women and minorities, pursuing science, technology, and innovation courses. Thank you very much, and that's awesome to see you. And I'm so impressed that you came with a young child right there. So the Impact Center has created more opportunities to learn about incubation stages of a business, building unique experiences, and construct opportunities of innovation, especially among youth and girls. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Sheena, you will stay on. You'll do 4 more, 3 more. The second category is the Entrepreneurship Education System of the Year. Now, to be very honest, this is a little controversial. We were looking for a university with a record of supporting innovation and entrepreneurship development, quality entrepreneurial programs, training future generation of entrepreneurs, and has established support facilities such as IP management office, technology transfer programs, incubation facilities to support students and or startup in venture, and or staff in venture development. And the winner, according to the public and moderation of the Kenya National Innovation Agency, is Jomo Kenyatta University of Science, Agriculture, and Technology. The representation of Jomo Kenyatta, please come up. JKUAT has a record of supporting innovation and enterprise development through quality entrepreneurial programs for training future generations of entrepreneurs at the College of Human Resource Development. JKUAT has established an active directorate of IP and university industry linkages and has gone above and beyond to implement the IP policy They have initiated and promoted and strengthened technology transfer and commercialization, and there has been a lot to show for it. Congratulations. The third thought of recognizing is the Young Female Innovation Champion of the Year. And this is the young female citing innovative solutions that have the potential to create wealth and employment and may be supporting others to innovate. Interesting. The winner of this category, according to the public and the moderation of Kenya National Innovation Agency, is Nzambi Mate. It's Nzambi. Are you? Okay, we will issue that recognition somehow. The other category is the Young Male Innovation Champion of the Year. This is a young man with exciting innovative solutions and has the potential to create wealth and employment and also supporting others to innovate. And the winner was Mr. Calvin Shikuku. Mr. Calvin Shikuku is in the room. Calvin is a co-founder of Motobricks Innovation Center in slum areas that create employment or provide solutions to climate change. Through his inspiration and support, several budding entrepreneurs have taken off, like Queening Africa, which is now a global finalist in the Generation United Imagine Ventures Youth Challenge. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shina. Now, the next, I will invite Dr. Robert Karanja, who is a board member, chair of the technical committee of Kenya National Innovation Agency. And the first category that he will issue is the startup of the year. A startup of the year, according to our definition, it was an institution that is creating a significant impact in the local economy while creating jobs and solving a significant challenge in society. And the winner, according to the public opinion and the moderation of Kenya National Innovation Agency, is Jungo. Jungo Farm, I don't know if they are represented in the room. Okay, but I'll let you know about Jungo Farm, the technology company that builds tech infrastructure for the health industry. They support a number of areas including pharmacy, retailers, so on and so forth. The next one is Startup Mentor of the Year. This is an individual that has demonstrated outstanding commitment to sharing personal and professional expertise and resources with startups within the ecosystem in order for them to scale. And it's an interesting name. The winner, according to the public opinion and within the ecosystem in order for them to scale. And it's an interesting name. The winner, according to the public opinion and support of Kenya National Innovation Agency, is Eric Omega Nyamwaro. Eric was actually heading the startup track. I mean, the student, and it seems to be a very popular person within the ecosystem in terms of mentorship. Nyamwaro is a visionary leader, thriving in positions allowing him to be of service to others. He has shaped young Nyamwaro is a visionary leader, thriving in positions allowing him to be of service to others. He has shaped young people through offering support in mentorship beyond the call of various schools and counties, even those in marginalized areas. Over time, he has been actively mentoring young people from all over the country and supporting them to share knowledge and skills that will help them in. Congratulations, Eric, and all the best. And please keep it up. Thank you. Next category is a venture development entity of the year. This is an entity that has programs and activities to promote entrepreneurial spirit and develop ventures in the country. Such programs and activities include training, mentorship, and coaching of founders and startups as well as SMEs. The winner, according to the public opinion and contribution of Kenya, is Victoria Ventures. Victoria Ventures is a Kenyan company that is helping early stage companies obtain seed funding and angel investor networks, and as well as forge other networks necessary for growth. They have been consistent in supporting the innovation ecosystem by advising investors and providing portfolio management support, developing linkage in other counties as well as countries, developing, sourcing, and managing in other counties as well as countries, developing, sourcing, and managing incubation and acceleration programs. Congratulations, Victoria Venture. Now, the next category is County Government Innovation Hub of the Year. And this, Kenya was involved quite a bit because people struggle in the way they nominate and evaluate because they don't necessarily interact with them. But we're looking for a county government innovation hub that is set up by a county government that runs incubation programs and support startups, does venture development and enterprise creation that will support the creation of innovation products. And the winner, according to the public opinion and the Constitution of Kenya, was Makueni County Innovation Hub. Makueni County is Makueni Tech and Innovation Hub, allows enterprise creation, supports employment and competitiveness by providing open spaces for entrepreneurs and programmers. It also runs periodical innovation challenges which are tied closely with addressing local, particularly local challenges. All right? Congratulations, Makueni. I'd like now to invite our peers. Thank you very much, Dr. Karanja. I have one category that was an opinion of the Kenya National Innovation Agency. And I took the responsibility of guiding this recommendation. You know, every time you're working, creating something like ourselves and trying to build a system, you look up to others also to learn some lessons. And others, of course, open their arms and they kind of give you a lot of support. And so we created a category of a non-Kenyan development partner, a program or an agency or a country or whatever that is focused on developing the innovation system and sharing knowledge and expertise and resources, as we've also looked at a partner that has significantly contributed in transforming the innovation ecosystem, working with the innovation agency, providing ideas and networks. And so we've learned a lot from many partners, worked with very many of them, but we were very keen on a partner that is supporting the development of the national system as opposed to specific projects. So, and we interacted heavily with a number of partners, and this is just to give an appreciation to the UK government for being considered as the most valuable non-Kenyan partner in supporting the national innovation system. So the UK government has been very instrumental in supporting the development of the national innovation system in Kenya. And I will invite all the UK partners who are in the room. This is a group photo. The Kenya National Innovation Agency has worked on various programs and initiatives with the UK government to strengthen Kenya's policy environment. We've developed a range of programs to support the ecosystem, support innovators, support researchers, support institutions of higher learning, universities, TVETs. This has included generation of evidence, strengthening of the policy environment, commercialization issues, research capacity strengthening, technical expertise on shaping, tracking, and evaluating the national innovation system, including enabling more productive partnerships between industry, startups, and academia, and with other countries in order to catalyze and strengthen the entrepreneurial potential of this institution. Congratulations on this recognition by the Kenya National Innovation Agency on behalf of the government of Kenya, and we invite you to continue working together. All right? Thank you, PS. Now, we have another category, the second category. So this is done. This is really appreciating the partnerships that we've had. So we move to the second category, which is, so I'd like to invite Vilgro. So we work with a number of partners to run different programs. So there are challenges that we've run, like competitions. Gilgro has been a very strategic partner in running innovation challenges, and we use this forum to celebrate the work. All right. And so I'll invite Gilgro to explain a little bit about the challenge we ran together and the outcome of it, and whom we will recognize for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. My name is Moses Wawero, and I am part of the Vilgro team. I work at Vilgro Africa as a manager. Now, a little bit about before we go into the next session. So Vilgro impact investor and business incubator that focuses on the health and life sciences. What we do is we de-risk startups for impact investment on the one hand, and we also de-risk technology. And just to explain that, what we mean when we say startups for impact investment is that startups, as you know, find it difficult to attract funding. So we provide seed funding for these startups so they can their journey to scaling. And then we also help them in developing their technology because in our focus sector, that's the health sector, this is a sector that is heavily regulated where startups have to go through a lot of obstacles. So what we do is help the startups build hardware, software technology, and that involves supporting these startups to get of the technologies and also the market and provide to um, respond to the barriers that they face in their journey. So why is this important? As you can remember, because it is fresh in our minds, COVID-19 has shown us that in the face of global supply chains were disrupted. So important for African startups, Kenyan startups to be able to build products locally and to manufacture them, be able to service our own. In the event of a pandemic in the future, we will be well prepared and able to meet our own health needs. Now, health challenge, we partnered with Kenya to support startups. So we were the health track of the Kenya Innovation Week, and we conducted a process through which we invited applications for innovative startups in this sector to apply for funding and for support. Now, we received over 100 applications, screened them, and supported them through a boot camp. And finally, we are be able to announce here today the winners of that startup contest. And I would like to polite Bona PS to come here and help us to award. Um, thank you. So, with second runners up. So our second runners up, bring the check. So our second, accompanied by the DMCC. This is Diabetes Management Center. Please come forward. So that is providing an online pharmacy and for people in Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you. So our second runners up, rather, is accompanied by the name of Lisha Living. Lisha Living is a nutrition platform, and what they have done is they have codified the and created a scale to tell if we are eating ugali, how many calories are we, if we're eating traditional foods like chapati, have you. So match that with the disease-specific nutritional requirements. So for instance, if you have diabetes, they're able to advise you on what you should eat and what you should not eat, and therefore support you in your journey to recovery. So, and finally, thank you. Finally, we have which is the company by the name of Care 360. Care 360. Thank you very much. This is a gentleman by the name of Junit. Affordable is in of their homes. So they are able to send care providers to your home, provide you with care. So, thank you. Big round of applause. Asante sana bwana PS. So hand over back to the MC. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Will Grow Africa going out of their way to make that happen, and the great partnerships that we've had with the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Now, the third and last category of recognition that we have is that the Kenya National Innovation Agency runs a specific program to give some support to emerging innovators. People who've created program to give some support to emerging innovators. People who've created some products and prototypes that are somehow demonstrate that they've got the value proposition well thought out, potential business plan or business model, and somehow they're impacting one person or another, and they look kind of like focused on institutions of higher learning. So this could be pivots or universities. Over the other more of public, so we kind of concentrated in more of public, so we kind of concentrated in here. And we've got a list of awardees that we want to celebrate, and they do receive some from the Innovation Agency. So I want to start with the food security category, and in this case, we've got a second runners-up, first runners-up, and a winner. The process was very rigorous: application, elimination by institutions, vetting, again another round. Second round, the food security is an innovation on small scale using artificial intelligence, machine learning. And this is coming from a famous university called University. We have a team of Jeffrey Shenis Oduor. So I'd like to invite the university representative, please join them up to stage as they receive the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Using AI and machine learning. The first runners up, thank you very much. The first, The first runners up is at TVET. So it's a technical training institute. Who are working for the biller, and Kisiwa Technical Training, a team of Stephen Elias and a supervisor called Jason, which is a house an excluded accrue from a steady supply of animal products. Accrue from a steady supply of products. This Kisiwa Technical Training Institute. Technical Training Institute. Rongel Solar Pendulum. This team is from Siga Technique. And is quite significant literature on the university, and I think that's encouraging in this case. So this are working on a pump. Are working on a pump that has incorporates caster wheels to ease portability and safety aspects that ensure the function for a long time. Congratulations to Sigalagala. Then in manufacturing, we didn't succeed to get a second runners-up, so we've got a first runners-up, and this is from Kisiwa Technical Training Institute. In Kisiwa Technical Training, and this GEO was supervised by Abisai. This is informed by the demand and resultant deforestation, which cause various sustainable interventions, which then can create solutions for the future. Among measures that can be used to eliminate is to ensure utilization of the various sources of energy in a conservatory manner. So they've got a congratulations, Agala, one more time.
That's Kisiwa.
They might be the winners again. They don't have to sit. Okay, so the second category is a product called Yapak from Egerton University. Egerton University are to sort out this water hyacinth problem. It's one serious problem that needs innovative solutions. And they have built a B2B startup that is converting, which they call the water problematic aquatic weed, into biodegradable and seedling wrappers. Just think of it. You take and then you convert it into biopackaging and seedling, then you can plant. And I think that's really interesting. It becomes an alternative to the traditional solutions that exist, and it is transforming the plastic industry by making products of similar characteristics using material that is more effective. So they are simultaneously solving challenges caused by plastic as well as that of water hyacinth. Congratulations. Then we go to the healthcare, in which case we have a winner and a first runners-up. So I'll go to the first runners-up. And this is a university that has a motto of developing innovators. Riara University on Kiwa Cosmetics. We didn't recognize Riara. Are we there? Riara of Wanjiro, Kenyanito, and Nathan. You're in the room? Great. So the team working on Kiwa Cosmetics, this is a natural cosmetic manufacturer that they founded in 2020. And they have been able to produce some products, organic lip balms being an example. And the company's mission is to provide good quality products for use in every day. They produce these through natural resources that they're able to identify. Last but not least, so then the sector, and this is coming from the University of East Africa. The university is working on a product they call bag value mask, BVM medical ventilator. This respond to the general respiratory emergencies by manipulating the functionalities of various parts obtained off the shelf to fabricate into a portable, easy to use, and low-cost mechanical ventilator for home hospital environments. Congratulations, University of East Africa, Baraton. Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of the awarding ceremony. The challenge is that I hope with the board approval, we will have more, recognize more partners and more players, and that we may also have more partners getting involved, like we champion recognition and celebration of different innovation efforts based on the programs that they run. It's now my humble opportunity to invite our PS, who is representing the Cabinet Secretary, who had to travel abruptly, to give his remarks and then to officially close the Kenya Innovation Week as we think about a little bit of celebration tonight and relaxation after sprinting for 3 weeks. Welcome. Maybe I need to say something about you. Okay, if you may. Okay. I've had the PS over the last 3 days. So the now has been within the Ministry of Education, and as we were planning the Innovation Week, the government was changing, and we weren't too sure exactly how it's going to be. We were in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, the Innovation Agency, and there's a strategic reason behind that, and we appreciate the guidance and the leadership of the country in that regard. And I got to interact with PS Ismail Malim Madei before he went for his vetting. And he had been nominated, so he was going to go and engage the parliamentarians. And we started talking, and in about 15 minutes, he said, I really like the way you do your thing. And I look forward to working with you. Let's pray that I get into office. And we started talking and engaging. And I found and so easy to connect with. And it was just, if there's anything I can do to make sure then you come into office, I will. And so I prayed. I didn't have powers to do it, right? So here we are. Malim Madei reported. And the following day, we were having the Kenya Innovation Week. And the next thing is we were trying to figure out how to prepare ourselves. So we received him, of course, and we put him in a hot seat. But his background is such that he's able to contain pressure. And he can hold it like nothing happened. And 2 days interacted a lot. And finally, here we are. And he's very Kenya National Innovation Agency, youth, and the broader ecosystem. Clearly, he heads the State Department of Youth Affairs. Doesn't mean that ecosystem. These institutions. So we have to work with the Ministry of Education. These guys are innovative. We have to work with the Ministry of Health, and so on and so forth. So, Bwana PS, karibu, and I appreciate your support.
Senior national government officials, county government officials, development partners, representatives, Your Excellency, the ambassadors in absentia, CEO Kenya,
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am very sure we have enjoyed the Kenya Innovation Week 2022, haven't we? Then let's clap for ourselves. I have received remarks from many people and observed for myself that it was very well planned and executed. The speakers, the panelists, the exhibitors, the side events, the flow of activities, and many more. The engagements have been enlightening and will shape our next steps for many years as a country. Thank you very much, Kenya and partners. I have also listened to the track leaders here, and we all can't deny that good outcomes came from the 6 tracks. I understand that Kenya will work on comprehensive report of Kenya Innovation Week 2022 with the recommendation that will shape our collective efforts for the years to come. I took the office, as the CEO said, at the State Department of Youth Affairs on Monday, the 5th of December, 2022. And on Tuesday, the 6th, was my first official responsibility outside the office. I must say that I am extremely impressed by the energy and enthusiasm within the innovation ecosystem players. I saw students, startups, researchers, private sector, government, development partners all interact in harmonious, positive way that's very inspiring. Working with each of you as we strengthen the system of innovation and generate lots of ideas to market and create more jobs. The head of state gave several directives in his speech, and I am very to pick up with board members and management of Kenya as soon as possible. Next week, I am meeting the representative of the board and the CEO to develop a roadmap for action all the recommendations. Among the key items that I am keen to start supporting the Kenya to operationalize as soon as possible include startup bill review and completion, the startup fund, the code for innovation and incubation hubs, operationalization of the commercialization guidelines that were launched early today, the 10-year master plan for the country, and the new strategic plan for Kenya. You, Secretary overseeing the State Department for Youth Affairs, I am very to the potential and prospects of the Innovation Agency. It is dear to the head of state, our minister, and myself. We all support this agency to deliver on the huge mandate we have given it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, senior national government officials, county government officers, the development partners representative, CEO, these partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great here to preside over the Innovation Award Kenya ceremony and closure of the Kenya Innovation Week 2022. Allow me to thank the Kenya National Innovation Agency, together with other partners, for organizing a very successful Innovation Week 2022. From the I want to recognize the role played by the innovation systems in Kenya. For 2 years that the agency has been formally, it has several initiatives including the Kenya Innovation Week, several initiatives, including the Kenya Innovation Week, Research to Commercialization Accelerator, Innovation Bridge, Commercialization Guidelines launched this morning, Framework for Innovation Hub, National Coordination introduced this morning, the National Innovation Award, Kenya Innovation Academy, among other initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has set an ambitious goal of creating over 5 million new jobs over the next 5-year strategic plan by nurturing startups that emerge from innovative areas by students. We shall support the agency to achieve these targets in line with to see Kenya focus on priority areas of agriculture, technology, for them to scale. Ideas and exploring ways to support them to scale. My ministry will ensure that Kenya Innovation Week will be institutionalized, embraced by governments, and effectively supported in the years to come to become a national pride. In the course of 2023, the ministry will support Kenya to deliver the following. Number one, develop a 10-year master plan to support coordination and prioritization of innovation efforts and hence capitalize on our collective national strengths. Number two, operationalize the national work for innovation hubs across the country to help effective build new ones and support the existing incubation and innovation hubs. Number three, implement the national commercialization guidelines to support the commercialization and technology transfer effort of universities, TVETs, and research centers. The creation of alternative forms of income for our institutions, enhancement of the impact of research and ideas, as well as creation of new enterprises. Number four, develop a national innovation challenge to catalyze discoverability of innovative solutions from the grassroots and exploring practical mechanism of nurturing them initiative fund that will make it possible for private sector to complement government agenda in funding promising startups who have potential to scale and create numerous jobs in society. Number six, run a national innovation fellowship for young talented people to come together and create innovative solutions for the government. As an agency within the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, I want to assure the ministry's commitment in supporting innovative efforts of the youth and general. This is in line with the Kenya Youth Development Policy of 2019 that seeks to establish a network of development institutions to support and incubate ideas. Gentlemen, I would like to applaud all the participants in this year's annual Innovation Awards run by Kenya. I'd like to applaud all the participants in this year's annual Innovation Awards run by Kenya. This year, we recognize some of the youth who are and TVET institutions working in innovations to create jobs and enterprises. These are the ones right today close the Kenya Innovation Week 2022. As we are also taking National Innovation Agency to develop prestigious presidential innovation that transformative contributions in jobs, enterprises, and changes in society. Kenya should also be recognizing innovation efforts in public sector, including county governments and even private sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, It is now my privilege to declare the Kenya 2022 officially closed. Thank you and God bless you. End of quote.
There's a very special request that we all take a photo with the PS. And I think that's a very interesting request. There's a very special request that we all take a photo with the PS. And I think that's a very interesting request. Let's all come up here and let's create an amazing planning to do crazy things in 2023. Dr. Tony Mwansa, I currently serve as the CEO of the Innovation Agency. The Innovation Agency was established as a semi-autonomous government institution to now we want the system to be you have to know now for you try to and then you are in the progress. And set of outputs. So if structure, for example, population and so that to where testing the thing in it. So and there thank you very much. Quality, we're able to support to find their way to market. When we talk about startups, we talk about commercialization, we talk about funding, policy, acceleration, incubation. Those are the issues that we primarily have to think about. Now, we realize that, system to be developed, then it means you have to measure it. You have to know what is your baseline, what are your innovation system is cross-cutting. It's not one ministry issue. It's not like a sector. It's cross-cutting. And it has a certain set of inputs and certain set of outputs. So if you're building infrastructure, for example, facilities, those are going to help you, those are inputs that are going to help you develop the national system. And then people can use that infrastructure to develop solutions, which then they can take to market. So infrastructure is a classic example of something you want to measure. So do we have enough infrastructure? Population is always growing. So is the infrastructure that we had last year the same? And do we need better infrastructure? So that's a classic example of some things that led us to get to where we are and decided, well, we need a way of kind of assessing the national innovation system and documenting it in a structured way. So that's how we are coming with the Kenya Innovation like every 2 years in the past. Now next is that we will